Hey, Spicy Dicey. Hey, Spicy Dicey. Hey, Sincere. You over here? Mm. Hey, Boss Lady. Hey, Sincere. Hey, Spicy Dicey. Okay, I'm glad you guys are here. It is good to see you. I understand it's not morning for all of you, but I am still right on the edge of the morning. So grand rising. I know y'all probably rose three, four, no more than some of you guys are 3 hours behind me. Grand rising to you all anyway. Um, and please do not forget if you would like to join me this Saturday. I will be giving back to the subscribers. I will be having my fourth annual Secret Santa. And if you are not pretending to be sober and still smoking meth, the rules are very simple. Content creators meet me over here on my channel. They hit the link, and in the tradition of Christmas, we exchange names. That's the Secret Santa part of it. And our gifts must be between $30 and $50 cash apps. Once we exchange names, we cash app each other's our gifts. That's the Secret Santa part of it. The give back to the subscribers part of it is once we have received our cash app gift between $30 and $50, we must then cash app that gift to a subscriber who is in the chat that we are doing the Secret Santa on. We must then uh, give them our gift and give back to our subscribers who have supported us all year long. There's no pot. Everything that you get nothing. You're not going to receive anything for yourself because this is for the subscribers. I think I said that in English. If you want to participate, you cannot go back to your channel and give the gift on your channel. No, you must give back to people who are in the actual chat who are putting up their cash apps. So uh, we gift each other and then we turn around and give our gifts to the subscribers. Hey Liz, it is good to see you. I thought- no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't on initially. Right? What the fuck? Okay. So that is the Secret Santa. It will be this Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that would be noon Pacific Standard Time. Now, let me get out of here because Sarah, I took my money from you, Sarah. That Sarah, she sent me something that was so fantastic that I think I want to share this with you guys. Y'all know Sarah, right? Sarah sent me this, and let me share this with you. I thought this was fantastic. Yes, this is the one. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Let me show you this family. I thought in the vein of having a Merry Christmas, this is fabulous. Okay, let me. I have to start it over to get the sound. What do you guys think of this family? If you haven't seen it,
My family's really living in the wildest part of our ancestors' dreams.
The first black family in Texas to race quarter horses.
so they're the first black family to race quarter horses in the state of Texas.
How we named our horse Black Lives Matter.
We showed up with Black Lives Matter. We told the
And they're off. I'm that dove, got a quick beginning. Far outside is Black Lives Matter. Next in line is anomaly.
He go!
Hey, y'all know we got the new horses, 40 acres and a mule.
Now we come back before they get a meal and we tell their up again.
40 acres and a mule now coming on strongest of all. Then it's Megastone. 40 acres and a mule is taking the lead.
I got Buddy. He go! Yeah! He go! I told you go tell their ass up.
Black Wall Street.
This is Black Wall Street.
Black Wall Street broke alertly, goes quickly to the front, 3 chords in the truth.
This Wall Street. He go! Tell their ass up there. I told you.
And Juneteenth.
June, go. Keep asking. Come on with it. Come on. Don't take it down.
Juneteenth getting the up.
They was tripping about naming the horses this.
They told me that couldn't name him that. It's controversial, and I'm like, have you seen what these horses were named?
Look at what they used to name the horses. Look at what they were naming horses. Nigger run. Nigger Tom. Bull nigger. But you tripping about Black Lives Matter? Come on now. Yeah, we coming back for all that. We ain't playing them games.
That's what the shit at the fan had right there. Each one of these names, we name these horses. It gives history lessons.
Like, to really be living in this moment, we are gathered around on our family compound, putting up Christmas decorations while watching our story told on one of the largest TV streaming platforms in the world.
So it appears that their story may be on Netflix. So go over there to Netflix. Let me see if I can get a glimpse. The Black Cowboy is a must-see, streaming now on Peacock, Monkey Paw Productions. Oh, it's streaming on Peacock. The name of it is The Black Cowboy. So they named their horses all historical names in the black experience. You know, those things that you cannot repeat as your own personal history, because it makes palm colored people feel uncomfortable about their brutality and about them just being beasts themselves, while they want to call black people animals. You cannot repeat that. 4547 is making sure he takes that type of history out, because it makes them feel bad about themselves. And as you should. As you should. Okay, let's continue. So go over there and check out The Black Cowboy, a must see, streaming on Peacock.
This is what happens when you lock in and take care. Like, it's just a beautiful thing to see and witness and be a part of. My family's really living in the wildest part of our ancestors.
This is what happens when you lock in. This is what happens when you don't disrespect your education and only talk about a bunch of dumb shit that's not going to get you and not your family or anyone you know. It's not going to improve your life. This is what you do when you can teach, when you can teach people who are coming up behind you your struggle. when you're just not engaging in a lot of dumb bullshit, a lot of dumb useless shit, a lot of being entertained by alcoholics and drug addicts as the thing that you need to talk about the most. This is what you get when you remember where you come from, where your family have come from, and teach the ones coming behind you. This is what you get. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Sarah, thank you for sharing that with me. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Beautiful. Yes, that is beautiful. Okay. So don't forget to go over there. The link is in my description box if you forget where to find it, and it is in this chat. So, Sincere, is there anything in the news that's going on that you want to talk about today? Because we do see that this nation has sat down quiet as a mouse, and they knew that those strikes were illegal. And you have your news media not telling you every day that they talk about these strikes on these boats from these brown countries, that these strikes are illegal. No matter how many times they use the words narco drug traffickers, these people are not in any type of category other than what the senile Donald Trump has named them, under the hate-filled guidance of Stephen Miller. We understand that there is no war on drugs. We understand that this is not a war. So therefore, however many times that they use the words that this was a war striding, and they are using their war fighters to fight drugs. We know goddamn well that this administration don't give a fuck about no drugs coming to the United States, when he just pardoned the ex-president of Nicaragua, who got 45 years, who was tried in our own country, possibly by someone under the tutelage of Letitia James. You know, the same Letitia James, the Eastern District of New York, who actually had him convicted of 43 felons. Now, we absolutely, if you don't understand by now that he don't give a fuck about drugs being in this country, he pardoned this man who got 45 years for bringing over 400 400 something kilos or something, 400 pounds or kilos or something. I don't know. I forget the amount. I don't do drugs. He pardoned somebody who got 45 years, and with clear evidence. But he wants you to believe that he's spending all of this fucking money with all of these warships. He got nuclear submarines. He got B-50 bombers. He got the largest aircraft carrier in the whole world over there to fight these boats that got their engine is on the back of the boat. They don't even have no inside engine. He got you. So who's believing this bullshit? How much money is being spent on that? But he stopped food stamps in November. Think about that. Think about that. Do you think, why did the admiral, a 4-star admiral, why did he give up his job in the first year? Because why? Because you see what they're doing now. They're trying to blame it on someone else. They're trying to blame their illegal murders on a career, a military person. Hey, Outspoken, I appreciate you helping me reach my goal. Uh, he's focused on the Somalians. Oh God, girl. He's just focused on racism. He's been striking the Somalis. He's been striking Somalia ever since his first week in office. But hey, a lot of people don't even realize that he has been over there doing strikes in Somalia with no reason given since early February, if you did not know. And now he said the most disgusting thing about Umar. I think, let me play this. Speaking of Somalia. Speaking of Somalia. Let me play this for you. This man is utterly disgusting. Oh, and he had his meeting. He had his uh lick ass around the world meeting. I, let me I'm glad you brought up Somalia because I want to share this with you as well. He had his cabinet meeting yesterday, falling asleep during the cabinet meeting, all while the agriculture secretary was talking to him, and what the agriculture secretary said, she did the same Elon Musk playbook. We found so many 100,000 dead people who are receiving food stamps, and we got them off, and 80 something thousand people we were able to get off food stamps. And we're going, every 40, all of the 42 million people who are on food stamps have to reapply to food stamps under some new metric that they are giving to approve or disapprove, allegedly because Biden gave food stamps to everybody so he can pay them to help him win the election. And Biden increased the amount of that the people on food stamps would get so he could buy off and win the election. That's what she said. That he increased the amount people got on food stamps because he was trying to buy the 2024 election. Why doesn't that make sense? Because you have to have sense to understand that these people are just sitting up talking dumb shit to you. Biden increased the amount that people get in food stamps in 2021. So you have to be curious about what's going on in the lies that they're telling you. You mean to tell me in 2021, Biden just got in office? Biden wasn't thinking about the next election in 2021, but that's what that bitch sat up there and lied and said. And he gave the biggest increase ever. Yes, he did. He surely did. He gave the biggest increase ever in food stamps. I will admit that is what he did. And I don't understand why would that be a problem. Because you know how much that biggest increase in food stamps that Biden gave you? It was $38. $38. Let me share that with you first. Since we we started with the Somalis. We're going to talk about the food stamps next. I'm going to go in order. Okay, here we go.
He's a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia,
now that's Tim Walz. He's the governor of Minnesota. So we're going to talk about the bullshit that he has to say about the Somalian people. Okay,
there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. It hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person.
But he does not know her. He hears her complaining about the Constitution. No, you hear her complaining about the motherfucking laws that she is in charge of enacting in the United States under the Constitution. Do you hear this bullshit? But Somalia people have to take a responsibility. This is who they stood up and gathered together, and through their support, not all of them, of course, but if you're going to support him, there was no reason for you dumb motherfuckers to stand up and have a conference and put your support behind somebody. Now look at you. Now look at you. Now look at you. Did y'all forget that they did that? They made a big brouhaha, kind of like those Muslims in Michigan. Those I believe they were uh, from India in a mission who threw their support about behind 45, 47, and now they regret it. So this is exactly what they were supporting, because they didn't think that they would, for some reason, he was going to come for them. But let's continue.
Watch what is happening in Minnesota. The land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes. But this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off. And now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions.
How exactly? He's no content, no context for anything that he's saying. They've ripped him off for billions of dollars. So is he trying to say that they have been on social services and ripped them off for billions of dollars? Is that what he's trying to say? When the average person on food stamps get under $300 a month, some people get $15, $17, $18 a month in food stamps. They try to make you believe that people are getting paid a whole lot of money of being on social services, welfare, or food stamps. So they the Somali people, not all of Minnesotans, just the people from Somalia have ripped off Minnesota by billions of dollars. You know this bullshit. You know this is bullshit. But this is what they supported. So they're getting what they supported.
Every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute.
They contribute nothing. Welfare is like 88%. So he's saying 88% of the Somalians are on welfare, and that they have gotten billions from Minnesota being on welfare. 88% of them. So I guess it's about to be I guess he's about to do a strikes on Minnesota. Maybe he's going to send the military into Minnesota because the Somalians are so horrible. He's already striking them on their soil. ICE has already been sent to Minnesota. Ilan Umar, who is a congresswoman, she is Somalian, and he calls her. We'll see what he calls her in this.
Nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country.
I don't want him in our country. He has said nothing specific besides his racism. He has said nothing specific besides racism. He hasn't shown you any data. He doesn't want these black immigrants in our country. But I bet you these white Afrikaners that he lied and told you that were experiencing a genocide in South Africa, I bet you they can do any motherfucking thing they want in this country. And if they commit a crime, you can be sure if it's a federal crime, he will pardon them. You can be sure of that. I bet you they have I wonder where these Afrikaners are working. Well, what are these Afrikaners living off of? He can identify a genocide that is not going on in South Africa, but he can't identify one that's going on in Palestine as he continue to give the Israeli government the bombs to commit this genocide. He pretends like he has made peace in between Israel and Palestine, and is ignoring all of the fucking genocide that is still going on in Palestine. Let's continue.
It's no good for a reason. Their country stinks in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country.
Their country stink. Okay. Um. Let's get into these racist tropes. Let's get into these racist tropes. Their countries stink. They stink. Someone who quite possibly is sitting there with a bottle of piss strapped to his leg because he's possibly on a catheter and have to piss in a bottle that's strapped to his leg. Someone who the producers of The Apprentice said that he would stand in place and when he was on the set of The Apprentice and actually poop his motherfucking pants, and then someone he would had an assistant that would have to take him in the other room and clean his ass. Says something stink from people who traditionally don't bathe every day. Don't P. Hexef says that he tries to go as long as he can without washing his hands. You know, the dirt on your hands. You know, they protect you from catching other germs. He like to build up a resistance to germs, so he washes his hands as little as possible. And we know they were the ones who were found in caves. While they make you believe that the African kings and the richness and the whole motherfucking makeup of the African people was so far advanced beyond them. When we were so far advanced beyond them. But they always try to recreate history. They stink. Sitting up in a room that's probably smelling like a burnt cabbage, with all of them sitting in the room with their poor hygiene.
I could say that about other countries too. I can say it about other countries too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our countries that are.
Now, do you wonder, he can say that about other countries too. Do you wonder if any of these countries are European whites countries? Do you wonder if he can name one European white country? Now, he has stopped immigration into this country by all third world countries. So when asked what third world countries did he mean, he couldn't even name one. He couldn't even name one because he was so afraid that one of the countries he would name was not in fact a third world country, because he doesn't know that what he's trying to prevent is them from coming to the United States, which he is turning to a third world country his damn self. So he can't recognize what he's turning the United States into.
Tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage.
She's garbage. She's garbage. What is Melania? What's Melania? What is Melania? What are the great traits of Melania? What has Melania done to do something for other people, or even herself? Or even herself. What has she done to educate herself? That bitch, sailors, woo ha, military, my hot one, Dodano. She hasn't even practiced on speaking English well. What has Melania done? She's not trash. Is that not trash? What has Melania ever done for a living? Huh? Huh? What has Melania ever cashed in on in the United States? Oh, mm. But Elon Omar, educated black woman who put herself up to for election, who was elected into public office, who won her motherfucking elections time and time again. She's trash. Oh, look at what you have married all your life. Oh, so you trying to come at Omar? You would never have the chance, because what is trash is you going through those weak ass beauty pageants to get your second wife. Your second wife, that was her biggest accomplish. People who try to sell their looks to try to catch an old rich geezer with a limp dick. These are the people you associate with. So if they're not throwing their lady parts at you, because they are too stupid to use their mind to be independent, they're trash. What is the real trash? I wouldn't even be insulted if he called me trash, because he doesn't even know what trash is. He can't even roll over in the bed and put his arm around his wife, because, in fact, he is the trash. Because she won't even live with him. And we know what she come from. She won't even live with him. A woman who is reportedly was trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, who is reported to have met him via Jeffrey Epstein, the person who was trafficking her under the guise of being a model. And why won't he open his mouth when Vladimir Putin, state-sponsored television, puts his wife on TV time after time in her, I am doing air quotes, modeling shoots, absolutely naked all over Russian TV. And he says absolutely nothing. But he calls this woman trash as he's kissing Vladimir Putin's ass, as Vladimir Putin throw his wife on all over Russian TV, butt naked, anytime he feel like it. But this woman is supposed to be trash, because she is trying to get laws in place, and she doesn't vote for shit that he wants to get in place, because she uses her voice to speak out. And she ain't saying leave the money on the dresser, like he is accustomed to women speaking out. Just leave the money on the dresser. No, she ain't speaking out that way.
Friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise and they said, this isn't paradise. But
Now, he said they don't do nothing but complain. And they came from nothing. Where does his vice president come from? The Appalachian Mountains. Where? What is he doing? What is he doing? What are the people doing but complaining there? And they complaining because they thought that you were going to do something for them. What are the farmers doing? The government has been reopened for almost 2 months now, and you were supposed to give the farmers relief. The farmers still don't have any relief. Everybody that voted for you is complaining. All they do is complain. But the rich people aren't complaining. Argentina is not complaining, as you gave them $40 billion of our tax money to stabilize them and their farmers. So everybody who voted for you is complaining. What's new? So what makes her different than anyone else? Your racism. That's what makes her different. Now, if you don't believe that the United States of America is becoming a straight out overt racist nation, and while y'all sit down and be quiet about it and continue to support your oppressors by shopping at these fucking uh, Amazon in specifically Amazon, as you continue to shop at Amazon, who says that they're going to take your jobs and all this shit, and y'all continue to not be embarrassed to say that you are ordering something from Amazon. I mean, where is your fucking pride? Where is your fucking pride? What are you going to teach the people that come behind you how to make a way out of no way? Do you know how uncomfortable it was for the people who did the bus boycott? You know how uncomfortable. You know how what they had to do to make that work. But y'all don't want to be uncomfortable enough to go to a store and get off your ass and shop, as y'all support your oppressors. It's bad. It's really bad out here. Now, you motherfuckers know your history. Most of you motherfuckers have been taught your history. Can you imagine what's going to happen to the generation that they have taken the real history away and replaced it with some bullshit ass history, slaves or immigrants and all that? If your stupid ass don't work on the knowledge of your own history that you already know, I can see, unfortunately, our people are descending back into the slaves that they want Americans to be. Because you cannot tell me that they're taking all of the jobs, they're figuring out ways to take all of the jobs from the American people. And I talked about this yesterday. No, there's not. These billionaires are not going to figure out a way to have for everybody to have one payment that they're going to give the American people because they took their job. Motherfucker, if they wanted to pay you, they kept your job. They wouldn't have look for a way to take your job from you. So you think they don't want to pay you then? They got you peeing in motherfucking bottles while you doing your job because they don't want to give you a break on the job. They are overtaxing you on the jobs that you're doing. So you think they want to pay you to sit your ass at home? No. You guys are playing into their game, and y'all playing stupid. But when somebody tells you the fact, try to give it to you real gently. She don't know what she's talking about. She don't know politics. As you sit here and listen to a motherfucker tell you why 45-47 was good for the economy, as to try to make themselves seem like they some elite motherfucker. And they talked about why 45-47 to people who have absolutely nothing on the big scale of things, have absolutely nothing. Over 300,000 black educated women have lost their jobs. And now, where have all of these 45-47 supporters gone? Where have all of these contrarians gone who was wanting to let's talk about it. This is why I think, but no facts to you. But when people bring facts to you, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. And you're part of the problem. It's about time for us to be part of the solution, part of our own solution. This is a family thing. Now, let's these Somalians. Okay. Uh, obviously, Minnesota has a huge Somali population. They're going to have to get together and they're going to have to figure it out. Now, there was a big brouhaha about that woman who went to the African braid shop, and now there's a push to boycott African braid shops. But what are we going to do? Are we gonna are we going to be a part of the problem? Are we as Black Americans going to be a part of uh, painting all African immigrants with one brush? Are we going to pretend like we didn't see Black African immigrants who have come to this country be appalled by the behavior and talk about how dare they do this in a guest country and how they were making them all look bad? Oh, so we're going to apply the palm colored man tactics to African immigrants, and what is that going to do? That's going to keep us going at each other while ignoring the real problem. See, y'all can figure out a way to go at each other because that's how you have been conditioned to work and think. And when you're working against each other, you cannot work for the betterment of you all. I'm not buying it. Those were what, three individuals that did that dumb shit, and they have been arrested. I'm not going to hate all African immigrants. I don't give a fuck what it has been. They think this, they think that. Well, they're experiencing something different. They used to tell you that your own people sold you to the palm-colored man, so therefore you should blame them. You shouldn't blame the palm-colored man for what he has done to your generation, to your ancestors. They want you to blame the Africans. So they were the one who, yeah, because they all nations had slaves. Black people weren't the only people who were slaves, but slavery wasn't the chattel slavery. Slavery was more indentured servants type of slavery. They had an indentured service type of slavery all through the Bible. But they sure weren't treating them like the animals once the palm colored people got over the lives and was able to use a slave. No, no, no. They treated them like animal. Now, let's talk about uh, what immigrant is coming here and who is worthy and who is not worthy and all of this. Let's talk about the worthiness of the immigrant and what these immigrants come from. And to my recollection, England didn't send its best over here to America. To my recollection, America got the worst of the worst palm colored immigrants to come here. To my recollection, to my factual history, that we got the lowest of the lows that were getting kicked out that England didn't want to come to America. So the actual audacity of these motherfuckers to talk about bringing the best of the best over when they are the descendants of the worst of the worst. That's why you need to know your motherfucking history.
When they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
Actually like to respond to that as well. The words that founded this country, the words that launched this American experience start with "we the people." And I believe that the sacred moments in American history are the moments we've had to decide who the we is, who gets to be included in the we. Do we mean black people? Do we mean women? Do we mean immigrants? Do we mean gay and lesbian teenagers? We have to decide who is a part of the we when we say we the people. We the people. And the Constitution of the United States, the Declaration of Independence, says that the authority, the just power of our government, the just power of those federal agents, the just power of our police officers, that authority is granted by the consent of the government. And so when we talk about attacks, racist, Islamophobic, xenophobic attacks on our Somali community, and you combine that with what Mayor Fry just said, the vast majority of our Somali community are citizens. So who he just attacked isn't just Somalis. Who he attacked is Somali Americans. Who he attacked is Americans. And so if the president of the United States is telling you out loud that he hates Americans, then I can't imagine a greater confession of incompetence to do the job that you've been hired to do than to say you don't believe that Americans belong in America. That's what Donald Trump said to us today. And it's very important to understand that that was not just an attack on our Somali community. It was an attack on our Somali community. And everything Mayor Fry and Councilman Osmond said is important. But it's easy to sit at home and say, oh, he's attacking them. He's attacking Americans, American citizens, American residents, American neighbors. They're destabilizing communities and trying to get us to be afraid of somebody because of what they look like. And as Mayor Fry said, it's probable that there will be constitutional abuses. It's not probable. It's what they're saying. They are saying they target people based on how they look. Now, all of us grew up in classes that taught us that that's wrong, and it's still wrong today. So what you heard the president say today was that he is incompetent and incapable of being a president for the people of the United States because he just said out loud that he despises Americans. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. All right, I've got some housekeeping stuff as soon as they leave.
So, Sincere, I don't know if you want to, if you have anything to add to that. If so, you can hit the link. If not, I will move on. I want to give anybody the opportunity to speak on that. If you have anything to add, if not, we will move on. Hey, Angela White, it is good to see you. Okay. Let me see. I have some other things. Some other things that I want to add to the discussion. There's a lot of ICE ramping up enforcement in the Twin Cities. Let me share what the police chief has said in Minnesota. Unfortunately, we have seen too many police forces assisting ICE. Unfortunately. Okay, Sincere is up here, I believe. Methuselah.
Methuselah in the house. What's going on with you? Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Your mic is farting a little bit.
It is. Let me take this
Just a
one off
little
because
bit.
this is I can't. This is not working. Let me try this one. Can you hear me now?
Oh, I hear you crystal clear.
Okay. Yeah, so this headset is a bust. I tried something and it's not working. But look, I just want to say, are we talking about the Somalians first, or what are we
We
talking
can talk about them.
about? Okay, well, this is
Whatever
what I
you
want
want
to
to
say.
talk.
Well, okay? Am I behind? Should I go out and come back in? I think I'm okay.
You're good.
Okay, so this is what I want to say. Remember when that Australian woman um got her life was taken by that Somalian cop some years back, and there was a
Yes,
big
and he got
uproar.
arrested. Hmm.
Right, he got
He
arrested.
went to
Right, it was a
jail,
yes,
and
he
he got
did. Now,
convicted.
yeah, is he still in there? I think he might still be in there.
Yeah, he just got convicted maybe last year or the year before.
hmm So there was a big
I'm glad you
uproar.
reminded me of that.
Yeah, so it was a big uproar in Minnesota, and it was a big issue within the Somalian community, right? And the black community, right? When I say black community, I'm talking about, um, I would call them original Americans, but one would say
Hmm.
FBA or ADOS, right? Now, there were battles going on left and right on IG, Twitter, various platforms between these two culture sects of black people, because a lot of people, original Americans, had experienced this pushback from the Somalian community because they didn't identify as black like us,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
their interface with them was not a very good interface. Like, it's cordial, like you speak, hi, that kind of stuff, and it can even be friendly, but they are center focused on their culture. So you are that nigga over there, while they are these Somalians over here. They don't even look at themselves as black people in that manner, right?
Right.
And so there was that big old issue, and so you start seeing everybody having these battles online, and it was like, the same concept that's happening now, where you see a lot like people saying, you hold this L on your own, you guys do this on your own, don't come looking for us to march and whatever and protest this much on your behalf, because you don't even identify with us, nor do you even want us around you per se, right? You don't
Mhm.
claim us. And so there was all that, and then you see a few Somalians. So there's just always an exception to the rule. Oh, it's not like that. I know I'm black. Da 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 da. Well, we know that your skin color is a certain way, but culturally you don't identify, right? And you have your culture collectively has been acting that way, because there's
Mhm.
always going to be an exception to the rule, right? So
Mhm.
now here today, you see that same kind of situation going down, because when you were absconding with these billions, when you were putting down these moves or money moves and stuff, Black Americans were being arrested for just crossing the street, right?
Wait a
Or
minute. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? What? Be specific about these money moves, because like I say, I'm not familiar with. Are they getting businesses? Are they now? 88% of them surely cannot be on welfare.
well, what they do, right, is that they get a when they were getting the billions, right, you could see that it was
Mhm.
all government funding type of monies, right? So what the
Mhm.
Somalians do is that they come together, and maybe one or two of them will go to say apply to be like home health, right? Start a home health business or something like that.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
that's how they do it. That's how they do it, right? So it can even be a janitor business or whatever, but they're going to get the money through the government. It'll be one or two people being the forefront of it, but it's a collective group of them using or utilizing the system to get the monies, right? Now, they're all
Okay.
the time, right? Part of it is would seem legit, but the whole thing is really like a scam, right? They're scamming the government. There's case in point, you come up with the billions right now. But they've been doing this for a very, very long time. And what people don't understand about the state of Minnesota is that Minnesota is a resource state, it's a program state. So they have learned how to really, um, you know, mine those programs. And a lot of, and we're not, and I can't just focus on the Somalians, but that would apply to the Africans as well, right? But in
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota, it's a very big Somalian community. They have their own mall, or the Somali Mall, right? Or it's not a mall per se, but it is, but it isn't. Like, but they are very focused, center focused to their culture.
Mm-hmm.
You are just something or someone that they can get monies from. So this is just like, it's just, that's, it's the same mentality like how white people have. They're very focused on their culture, but green speaks, and I don't have to like you to take your monies. And that's how the Somalians are. So
I
that's
can
how
try
they.
to take your money while giving you the gas face. These motherfuckers will try to take your money while treating you like shit. Some of them don't even smile when taking your money. But go ahead.
Yeah, and they try not to really be in your community, right? Well, and truthfully, when we're talking about the original Americans, the foundational Americans, however you want to call it, Black Americans, we don't have our own community anyways. We're kind of like dispersed throughout, right? And a lot of us have taken the mindset of integration to the point of we have abandoned what would be considered the Black community. We're like trying to be somewhere where there's, is it
Yeah.
multicultural or
Mm-hmm.
white or whatever. But when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to Somalians, no. And even Africans, right? No, they want to be amongst their own people. So everything will be kind of centered around that, right? And so
I have no problem with that. How
I
could you have a problem with that when you see what a problem that not being that for Black Americans, what problems that it has caused us,
right.
always trying to separate ourselves and not be I'm not like them attitude has gotten Black Americans.
Right. But I don't have a problem with that either. But the problem is that when we have that mindset, it is used against us, right? So it's used against us in a way of saying, "Oh, you're being divisive." Oh, why are you trying to say that we're different? You're different this way and that way, because it's always been made that way. It's always been that way, and you've always acted that way. That's why we have words like there's words that are used towards us like a kata and stuff. Like, why do you think this is happening? Because there is a clear distinction between you, Black man, and you, Black man, and you, Black man. You are Somalian, you're African, and you're an American. Black doesn't have a home and don't know your dad and all that kind of stuff, right? There's a clear distinction amongst the Black people. We are not a monolith, and we are not all collectively one people, but we have been put under the banner of that for when it comes to white supremacy. But we all
But
know, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, I'm gonna say we
But
all
the
know we're working
Go ahead.
within the, knowing each other. We know that that's not the truth. Like, we all understand the difference.
Okay, so we are basically a product of our upbringing. We're a product of our upbringing. So if
Mm,
they are Somali Americans, or if their parents are first generation Americans, their parents are teaching them based upon their culture. See, they are more in touch with their natural culture than Black Americans are. So, we not to understand that the Black American story has been prostituted all across the world to make us appear as if we are something that we are not. And the story of the Black American that has been prostituted all across the world is not a favorable story to us. So,
I-
are we surprised that anyone who does not know us have a preconceived notion of the Black person?
no,
Even
I don't think
okay,
we are
go ahead.
surprised. None of us are surprised because we have been demonized across the world, but we are idolized
Hmm.
at the time, right? Everybody wants
At
to
the
be us,
same,
but they
mhm,
don't want to be us, right?
everybody they don't want to be us. They just want to steal from our culture. and
Right.
say that our culture is so bad and so this, while everybody steals everything from our culture, the natural, not just our natural being, everything
Right.
is
And
stolen.
I would want to, I'm saying all that to say this is that um it's not that the Black American doesn't have a culture. No, we have a culture. We have created our
Hmm.
own culture.
Hmm.
So we need to deal with the now and what that really is, right? And
Hmm.
define it. Like, what does it look like? What is it? And how do you label it as such that it benefits you? Because every time they do things under the guise or the umbrella of blackness, right, it becomes very all inclusive when it need not be. Because I am not trying to write down anywhere that I'm a Somalian or an African or whatever for whatever benefits. You know,
Hmm.
when I check the box, right, they say Black, not of Hispanic descent. Isn't that what it says? Black, not of Hispanic descent.
Yeah, 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 yes, yes.
So, so we just need to stop playing when it comes to these type of things. Now, the Somalian community will probably be reaching out, as you case in point. You seen that man up there. Who was that was speaking? Because the black guy from
That was
Minnesota,
I think it was the mayor. I think
the
he
mayor.
was the
Okay,
mayor.
right.
Hmm.
So now he's up here. He is speaking for the Somalian community, but he is coming from a place of identifying as a black person to a black person. No, we're talking about two separate cultures of people, for one. But let's speak not to that. Let's speak to the actual what took place, right? Deal with the
Hmm.
billions, deal with the resources that were used, deal with the amount of monies that other people, other cultures could have used for their communities. Deal with those type of things. You know what I mean? Like, deal from that space. But what you're doing is that you're coming out from, oh, it's attack on Americans, but you're using Americans, but really you're saying it's attack on black people, right?
Right.
um but they don't, but from American black perspective, where we have always been very accommodating to other black people, right,
Y'all
right, whether
gave
they,
us your ass to kiss. Hmm.
yes, yes. And that's where he's really coming from with it. But no, you need to separate yourself, because had it been American blacks putting that down, billions, there would be internment camps everywhere, and they'd be locking all our black asses up right now. Excuse my language. They would be literally trying to get us all, like all. They're not going to allow for it. I think the the time of them. Well, I think they're still going to continue to do it, but for a long time they have been pitting cultures of black people against each other. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And
Hmm.
so the whole mindset was, we don't want you to identify with those black people over there, so we're going to give you this and that. We're going to make sure that you can get loans and all the things, right, with ease. Where we as black people who've been here forever can't even, we're getting redlined, we can't get a loan, it's everything's predatory, it's
Hmm.
just bad, right? But they easily
Right.
give it to them because they were trying to set a stage of, you're better than those. They did the same thing
Hmm.
with the Irish and the black people, right? The Irish and the American blacks,
Right.
because Irish and
Right.
black people used to be together all the
They
time.
do it
That's why
with
I like,
everything against blacks. Yeah.
yeah, but it
Oh, yeah.
always is using somebody against us. But in their mind, I don't think they ever thought that that particular group of people would be siphoning or scamming them. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
now, when it's very, like radiating in your face that that's what's going down, you feel some type of way, but you set the stage for that. You set the stage
Yeah.
for it. And in the in between time, we as Black Americans have been sitting here dealing with people who look like us but don't relate to us, and then their insults and their snobbing and their or snubbery, right, and all the other things, right, and no, you don't socialize that way with them because
Well,
they're this way, they're that way,
but
right?
the thing is about it. You recognize that that's the reason why they set it up that way to have this separation. So it's not like they automatically if they had to come to the United States and they were given all of these government this government funding that they
Mm.
will not give Black Americans. They would have had to get it like Black Americans would. That's why they did set it up that way so they can have us pitted against each other is a point that cannot be left out in this equation.
No, it can't be left out, but it should not become the all-encompassing rule to why, look, it is our understanding, right? When I'm
Mm-hmm.
when I'm talking about the original Americans, Black Americans,
Mm-hmm.
it is our understanding, right, of things that allows us to have patience with other people.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't stop them from being the way they act towards us.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't stop. So like we need to wake up. Like wake up. You can be I have compassion for Somalian people, for the Somalis. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful people, stuff like that. But um do I know that you don't identify with me and that quite possibly you think you might be better than me and that you're all for your people? Yes. And do I put myself or try to force myself upon you? No. Right? Because I
No.
know that you're collectively looking out for your own and you don't want my black butt in your business. So when things start happening, why are we in their business? We have other business to attend to. Because when
Well.
you show me an American black, right, a foundational black American, a few of them who have been able to successfully take billions of dollars and send them somewhere else, then let's talk. Right now, it's not a
Mm-hmm.
conversation. It's not my
Well.
conversation.
Well, it's my conversation because it's in the news. That's why I brought it up, and I saw this.
Well, no, I
All of
mean,
this.
like
No, no,
far
no.
as like a household conversation. Like it'll just be
Right.
like me
Oh no.
saying like, like it'll be just like, oh, say some Italians pull some stuff out. I'm like, did you hear about that? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got to get back to my own black business.
But
It is a thought.
the my whole thing about this is that he is actually out here being so free willing with his racism, trying to demonize the Somalians because he would never be doing this about European uh, immigrants. Never, never, ever. Now, let's get to this Medicaid fraud shit. Okay, they have gone through the channels that have been made available to them. And if
Mm,
we want to talk about, I had a couple of clips up here where they were talking about Medicaid fraud, that so many different agencies were linked to this one house, and they took them to court on Medicaid fraud, but the judge over overturned the ruling, so they're mad about that. Now, they had one guy they were following through a hospital who said that he saw so many patients, but they just saw him walking past the doors with that big, that big
mm.
computer machine and on that desk, and he was just walking past the rooms and typing in the computer and never went into the rooms. Okay, so Medicaid. So you brought that up too, Sue.
Yeah.
I had a little inkling about the Medicaid fraud, but at the same time, at the same time, we're gonna uh we're gonna uh we're gonna put all of this because however many people did commit Medicaid fraud or not. At the
Mm.
same time, when we got the senator from Florida, Rick Scott, sitting up in the motherfucking walls of Congress who committed the largest Medicaid fraud in the whole United States. And they talking about maybe Rick Scott can help us get a health care plan through. Is that what we doing?
Well, see, this is the thing. Like, okay, you can't stop people from scamming or doing things. Like, if that's in them to do so, they're going to do it, right? So there's
Mm-hmm.
that. So it doesn't really matter what culture you come from when it comes to that, because you can be whatever. And if you
Right.
decide to get on a hustle, you're on a hustle. And we all know when it comes to America in general, is based on capitalism and racism. So we know that it's always going to be a money game, and then it's always going to be maneuvers made around people's color, right? And then of course classism, because they have to have a slave class, and really that's designated for the American black to be the slave class. So they don't mind moving everybody else around and shuffling them around, as long as they can keep the primary ones they want, the ones that they know, those Negroes over there that they understand and feel like they have, did the Jedi mind trick on successfully, as the class of people for their impoverished, right? But it is a very it's a classism thing, right? It's basically, the rich are going to be rich and the poor are going to be poor, ultra poor, really at this point, because they don't want to, they want all the money. But when we're talking,
And that is not based upon race either, because that's another thing that kills me. I had somebody come in here and call me a welfare queen. Do you think that I got upset about that? Because the simple fact that some people just think black people are on welfare, and everybody who cares to know that there's more white people who have always been on welfare. So why would that upset me when I know I've worked full-time jobs since I've been 14 years old? Why would that upset me? See, the blindness of their own plight is what's gonna fuck them the most.
well, I mean, everybody, okay, it's like a chess game, like it's chessboard, right?
You
And
think?
definitely so.
Okay.
And there has to be pawns, right? So the poor white and the poor black are the pawns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you tell the poor white people, hey, never mind you being poor, just know that you're white, and so you're better than this and you're better than that, and I can give you this and give you that just on that alone. So that has always been um the illusion, the glamour that they have put on their own race, because they don't mind. They do not mind losing their own or dismissing some of their own, as long as they can keep keep up their power structure, right? So
The
they're pawns.
can you see the screen? I have been putting
Let me
this
see
up
really
about
quick.
a year and a half, if not two. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you.
Fact,
Lyndon Johnson. Yeah, I.
fact.
There's nothing further that you can say.
And so
I,
it's like they have been they're pawns in the situation. And if, right, all the people who are impoverished or poverty stricken or just don't have a lot or whatever, even middle class, I mean, it's all not elite monies, right? If they were all to come together, of all the nations of people, and collectively came together and said, hey, we're going to take this nation back, and we're going to shift the power structure and the dynamics, that would be something to contend with. But we all would have to be on the same accord, right? It's like that would be something to contend with. But say that happened, right? And then the people took back the country. They took back the resources. They took everything back. All that programming that was there before, does it just automatically go away? What happens after that? Now
you're gonna
it's
have to figure out a way to govern, and is that programming going to be a part of the governance? I understand what you're saying.
yeah. So it comes back to the racism, capitalism, and classism. Yet again, it comes back to that again,
But
unless. Oh,
But
go ahead.
if you are able to successfully break free from the things that have had you in bondage, wouldn't you recognize once you're free that you don't want to put yourself in bondage again to the same ideas that never worked in the first place, that only
You will
kept you
want to.
down?
You will want to recognize it, right? But it still becomes factions, and in conversations in politics, right? Because it becomes like,
Correct.
well, my people were the majority of the people in this
Well,
country.
our people, we were the one who actually built this country. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
it becomes all these different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the fight still happens because the programming is still there. The programming is still there. And all of that even applies, right? So we take that off the board, and that's never happened because it hasn't happened yet at all, but it's not to say it won't. That's the kind of things that happen when we're talking about the infights between black people, right? Black people, not people of color, because I hate that they even introduced that crap in the
I'm
70s,
not.
the
I'm
60s.
not for
But
people of color. I'm
yeah,
for
because
black people. I always say
right.
that.
And most people think that is a modern day term, but no, they were
Mm-mm.
they were speaking that in the 60s
They
and
were trying
70s.
to dilute. They tried to dilute our voice and our experience. I'm not a
Right.
person of color. There are
Right.
many
Exactly.
colors, and I am
E-
not one. I'm black.
Exactly. And so I'm saying, like, there are black people, and every black person is not the same, and every black person doesn't come from the same geographical location on
Mm-hmm.
this earth. We all
Mm-hmm.
have different languages and dialects and cultural norms and all these different. And so that needs to be understood, because you would never say an Irish man is an Italian man, or an
Mm-mm.
Italian man is a Russian, or a Russian. Well, I guess Czech and Russians are the same, but not really. But you know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, right?
Right. I understand exactly what you're saying. Uh
So
huh.
but they all fall under, in the United States of America, under the umbrella of what? White.
White.
So black people have to come to the terms, and I'm talking about the American black, right? To the term, or, well, all of them, that look, we are all different. We all have different cultural norms and stuff, different belief systems and ways of being. And then we need to respect one another in that, right? We need
Right.
to respect that, and stop looking down on each other. But that's not going to change anytime soon, because if we were just to look at the continent of Africa with its many countries and various dialects, they don't all get along. Why? Because they are different. They
Now
are
they know
different,
they are different.
right? But we as American blacks, we I don't think we subconsciously understand that we're different, because we always want to be included into somebody else. And integration would be,
Not all of us, of course.
well, okay, that would be an absolute, but I'm saying the collectively,
You
collectively.
think? You think so? You
Yes,
think that
because even
all
when
blacks want to be included?
well, even when it comes to voting, we show it that way, like voting as a block and stuff like that, right? I'm saying that black people have always been in this particular mindset of, and I blame integration on it, to where it's that we're always trying to
Let
push
me tell you
ourselves,
something.
huh?
Let me tell you something.
Mm,
I'm not saying like that. Like that Uncle Tom said about we were better off under Jim Crow. I would never say that
mm,
because there was so much other stuff that went along with it. But when you look at when we spent our money with each other, we rose faster. Uh, like in Tulsa, Oklahoma, for instance. They said that the dollar circulated in black towns uh, between 7 and 11 times before that dollar left that community. And so I am definitely with you on that integration shit. A lot of things about the
integration killed our
integration. Go ahead. Go ahead.
integration killed our spirit as a people, because
Hmm.
when you're trying to prove to somebody else, just looking at it on the one-on-one, like, if I know you don't like me, right, but I'm
Hmm.
constantly trying to prove to you that I'm smart and I'm good enough and I'm this and I can do as much as you, where's my focus now? My focus is really not on me, it's on you. and how I could prove myself
Proving
unto.
myself to you.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
No.
Instead of proving myself to my people and building with my people, and like I rather prove myself to my community, right? I rather show you that I am a good person or a good steward, and I can be a good teacher for our children and all those things, right? Not to these people who could give a flying fig, and then now I'm taking my monies and everything else so that you could spit in my face or tell me that I need to eat over here and all this other stuff. Like, come on. Like, it's ridiculous. And I think we have hindered ourselves in a lot of ways. And then and there was a time, right, in the United States of America, not to say those who migrated over here, uh, all of them felt a way about us, whatever, but they could not be amongst us because America
Wouldn't
was
allow them not to
wouldn't
be
allow them
amongst
to,
us.
right? So you had to have your Jamaican, African, Haitian ass with us because you were a Black person. And so in those times, right?
Your mic went out. Your mic went out. Let me see. Your mic went out, Sincere. Or maybe she got a phone call. She's probably still talking, still talking, still talking. Don't know her mic went out. Or maybe she got a phone call. I don't know. But I think that integration definitely, uh, while they wanted equality, equality didn't necessarily mean not holding ourselves up to be perfect for ourselves. Your mic went out. Oh, she dropped down. Okay. I'll drop the link for her again just in case she dropped down by mistake. I definitely agree with her on that. Hey, Foot Soldier. Okay. Okay. The link is there if you want to hit it again, Sincere. I definitely agree with you on that. I think that people trying to fit in and trying to prove themselves that I am just as worthy as you it is really concentrating on them like you say, concentrating on more on them. I think that there were so many people in our communities that held us up to our own standard of greatness. And there was no need to try to prove that you are greater than this one or that one or the other one. Why do you think that they are historically Black colleges? Because we were not allowed into colleges and universities. So was our education subpar to these other colleges and universities? No, they weren't. Ronnie Q, my alarm went off. That's what. That's why you couldn't hear me. I dropped the link again, Sincere. I was in. If you want to come back up, uh, there's the link again. No, I didn't hear that. But let's be totally clear. There is no way that he can declare war. War can only be declared by Congress. And that is the reason why. Exactly. And actually, better. You're right. Actually, better. Hey, Sincere.
Hey, I can only stay for a second because case in point my alarm went off. But what I was trying to say is this is that if you are focused on others, you can't really focus on yourself, right? And when I
Mhm.
say myself, I'm thinking me, you, and anybody else who identifies as original American or FBA or however you want to say it, right? Because we as a people have been dealing with this United Plantations of America for a very long time. And so we have to fight our way out of stuff. We lost many of people. We have so many laws written against us. We still suffer today with, the prison systems, all the things and we've been in a constant state of battle. And we have not left and went somewhere else. Some of us have, but not like in a mass exodus, right? Where that is totally different from a
A
group of
lot of
people.
us are leaving and going to Thailand. If
Right.
you look at the
Some are leaving
mhm,
now, right?
mhm,
But I'm saying over the last
prior to now,
400 years. Okay,
hmm
let's talk about the 400 years, of scenarios.
right,
And and then all the things, and this is why, also speaking to what I was saying, like, when a lot of black people came from other countries over here, and then they found out that they was black like us, right, and had to be
right,
around blacks like us. um why, that is a important part of history, to understand why the dynamics between, say, American blacks and other cultures are the way they are, and why we're so open, right? We are so open because there was a time when that's just what it was. You were black like us. Yeah, you were maybe a Haitian black or Jamaican
right,
black or whatever, but you were
hmm
black like us. And so that's why we have in a lot of our Deacons for Defense and Black Panthers and any other kind of revolutionary groups that we had over times, our Marcus Garvey's, a lot of the people that fought with us were actually what the quote unquote immigrants, right? They were from Jamaica, they were from Haiti, they were from, um, maybe Brazil or wherever. Like, they weren't from here, but they were put with us, and so that's how we identified. And the fight was, against the system at that time, not amongst us. So,
right.
and then it shifted. It really started to shift, and so people got to understand that shift, and then where we are now with it, like where we are now with it. So I think a lot of times when it comes to black people as a whole, we just don't want to deal with what was once was and what is now and all the things in between. You just don't, you can't go backwards, you got to go forward, you got to deal with what it is today.
Yeah, well, sincere. A lot of people are try to deny what it was because of where they, as an individual, stand today. A
Yeah.
lot of people try to pretend like they don't stand on the backs of legends or giants to get where they were. Look at Perel. The way he set his silly ass up there and said, "No, we don't need DEI, and we in politics is just a game or something to that effect." And not recognizing, had it not been for his ancestors fighting to get where we are today, he wouldn't be able to be where he is today. So he says that your color is no means of anything in the world. It's about what you do as an individual. We
Yeah.
did not get here individually. We got where we got by joining together as a collective to bring the rise up everyone. So this individuality and all of this ignoring what is actually going on when you surround yourself by non-black people in your life, it's really disgusting.
And I mean, it's unfortunate, like, because history is the roadmap, right? And that
Right.
will allow for you to avoid certain pitfalls. But still, we have to deal with the reality of today, which is the fact that there's a lot of black people from various cultures who don't have a respect for one another, or at least a respect for us. Because though I respect the Jamaican, the Haitian, and like, there's good sisters and brothers, right? Um, all over, and people that are my friend or even in my family. But we all understand, like, the truth of it, right? And the dynamic of it when we're talking about a collective of people, and what has been set in motion and what it is. And to ignore it would just be stupid. It's just stupid. And so you have to deal with the truth in order to get somewhere. You
Yeah,
have to
that's
deal
true.
with the truth in order to get somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right.
So we would
There,
have to like have embassies amongst all the cultures of black people to sit down and really have these real conversations, if that's the case, and say, hey, this is how we need to move forward if we're going to be, say, a united people. And do we even want to be a united people? Because they have put us under the umbrella of blackness.
but
They
I want to. You talked about if black people had tried this, they would have us in internment camps and all of
they
this.
would they would
No, no,
they would mess us
seriously.
up.
Well, seriously, you do know that this administration is building internment camp. They're putting it under the guise of getting the homeless off of the streets. They are going to be involuntarily put in these camps if they're homeless, and we understand that many of people have lost their jobs and are going to be shedding jobs more regularly. So.
Well,
They yeah,
that's what I'm.
you talked about these private prisons who want to sue the government because they promised them X amount of prisoners to fill up there. Was that you?
Um, I don't think
That,
so with the prisons, but I do agree because that's like they have to have a slave class. Is what I'm saying.
right, right, a slave class, and
Class.
you're
They
not going to be
reserve.
able to come and go, and they're going to put you to work. They say they're just going to put you to work in those particular camps to clean up around the camp. You know, they are going to be shipping these workers out just like they ship the slaves out to build Washington D.C. You know, they're going to be doing that, and who are owning these prisons? The billionaires and the rich and the connected to billionaires and the rich. These are the people who are building these internment camps for the homeless. Girl,
Well,
this is
if you were like, just think of America as a person, right? So if you're America, with the racism and all and everything like that, hatred and all that stuff in you, if you were going to deal with a Negro, right? Because you don't like them, any of them, I don't care where you came from. Are you going to deal with the Negro you've been training for so many years, or are you going to deal with the other ones? As far as a slave class of people. If you need a slave class, which ones are you going to be more
which
apt
ones
to
at what
deal
do you
with?
mean which ones? Which
Which
ones?
one?
What do you mean? Which
I
ones at
more apt
what
to be. Well, I would say would be the American black, right? Because
based wait a minute. What are you saying? Are you going to be bring more over here to be your slaves, or are you going to deal with the American black? Is that what you're saying?
no, what I'm going to say is this: is that I'm going to try to get rid of you other blacks in some kind of way, get you up out of here, sweep you away,
Uh-huh. So
maybe
that's what they're doing now.
ship you back, ship you back
That's
home,
what they're
whatever
doing
I can
now.
do. But them blacks over there, the ones I've been training like monkeys for 400 years or X amount.
400 years of training, 400 years of programming, and but sincere. Let's be honest.
I'm gonna keep them.
It's not just blacks who are going to get it. It's not
No,
just blacks who are going to be these slaves. This is a class warfare.
you're
I
right,
understand
right.
what you're saying.
I'm not taking away from it. That's why
Hmm.
I mentioned capitalism, racism, and classism.
Hmm.
Those are the isms that I'm dealing with, right? And how they kind of go hand in hand. So I would never take that away. When you're dealing with classism, elitism, um, you have to have a slave class. Now,
Right.
if I have put time into training you, right? It's like any job. I'd rather deal with you because I have invested in you in some type of way, opposed to say another.
I,
Now
I concur.
I could just get rid of you, the another, and deal with this because I know what it's going to do because I have programmed it to do such, and I know what its children and I are going to do. Like I know you Negroes because I've been training you. And now I can just sit back and fold my arms and stuff and watch you do it unto yourselves without a problem. I can walk away from you and know that it's going to be okay.
Yeah, yeah. Because you guys have been trained damn near. Now, last thing. Before tell me when you gotta go. Have you seen this new robot, this uh military robot Elon Musk debuted yesterday?
No. I mean,
It
is
looked
it
like some
functional?
girl, it looked like some transformer bullshit. I let me I'll find it for you. Let me
Okay.
find it
But
right quick.
I have to run though, but I do
Go
want to
ahead.
see. I'm going to try to stay in the chat and pay attention. But look,
Go ahead.
every time the way things are going, I keep going back to Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome, and what was the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger with all the robots
Terminator.
and
Terminator.
Terminator.
And
Oh,
and that's what this shit looks like.
and iRobot. That's more modern. But okay,
Oh
I
my
gotta go
god.
there. Right, I
All
enjoyed
right,
my.
girl. I
All
enjoy
right.
having you up here too. Let me
And you need to hook up. Well, I don't say you need to, but I hope that you and Be Easy hook up because he just yesterday was talking about what's going on in Minnesota. He went live last night. And you guys have similar but kind of opposite viewpoints, but y'all discussion I think would just be off the chain. Like really, really.
I have been over there. I didn't get a notification from him yesterday.
Yeah,
But
he
I'm
kind
gonna
of
check
late.
him out. Yeah.
Yeah, check out his
Make
last
it.
live and then but maybe because I feel like if you guys did like at least one show together, I just think it would just be awesome. I really do.
Okay.
But but that's just me. But okay, I'm not gonna be no pressure. Dun, 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 dun. Let me go.
Okay, it's called War Optimist. I have it right here.
Okay, all right. I'll see you later then. Bye, Ronnie.
Bye bye. Thank you. Let me share this with you. So, are they trying to get rid of our real military war fighters, as 4547 says? Look at this shit. No, this isn't the one. This isn't the one. This looks like AI. This isn't the one. This is yeah, maybe that's. No, I think this is the one. This is. Yeah, I wanted to share that with you guys. Is that some crazy shit? Seems like it. They don't understand that those things have a mind of their own, and they will build upon their themselves to uh make it possible that you cannot get rid of them, while they know everything that they need to do to get rid of you. You're right, foot soldier. Yeah, I was surprised when I saw that. I was like, "What in the transformer hell is going on?" They they are doing a lot. If you didn't see my program yesterday, I talked about Peter Thiel. He's another billionaire who is trying to build these communities where there are invite only. You have to be invited to these communities. They make up all their own rules, they make up all their own laws, and all of that type of stuff. Now, I also gave you the connection to why 4547 has pardoned the ex-president of Honduras, and he has also interfered in their election that they had coming up. He's going to war with Venezuela over alleged drugs, where he has told you has proved no drugs on these 80 something people that they have use use $1 million weapons to shoot down boats that got the motors on the back of the boats, not even inside of the boat. He's telling you that he's wasting $1 million of treasure of the United States with all of these fucking warships in the Caribbean to shoot down motorboats, not speedboats, motorboats. Ain't showed you no drugs. But at the same time, in the same week, he released the ex-president of Nicaragua, who got 45 years for smuggling, and who said that he wanted to jam drugs up the gringos' noses. But he cares so much about drugs. So what you may not know is he also interfered with Nicaragua's election, because the person who is actually running again, she is one who is fighting these new cities that Peter Thiel wants to bring up. So 45, 47, so the drug ex-president, he had a successor. That successor is running up against the woman who is president now, and who wants to put restrictions on these billionaires building up their private cities. Where is a private city being built up? A private city is being built up in Honduras. I gave you the connection yesterday. And not only did he release the ex-drug president, he also told Honduras, if they don't vote in the successor of the drug president, they will stop giving Honduras U.S. money. And you know what happened? The woman who is preventing these billionaires from coming into Honduras and paying little taxes to the USA and paying zero taxes to Honduras. The woman who was trying to stop that, who is in power now, she fell down to 5% in the election. And it appears that the guy who was supporting, who came after the drug kingpin, he is now going to win their election, while he's telling you that he's spending our treasure because of the drugs that are coming into the U.S. So I think I broke the code. I think I have broke the code. The pieces have been out there everywhere. Why would he release this guy? Why would he threaten an election if you choose who you want to choose? Now, the woman who is in power now, she was winning. She was number one, in the number one position, expected to win the election. And after your president interfered in their election, now she's number three. There are three candidates in this election. Now she's number three. And who's number one? The drug czar supporter is number one in the election. Where was he before this? He was number three. Go watch my show from yesterday. I gave it to you yesterday. He wants the oil. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. He definitely wants the oil. And all of this, they have declared war. It's the War Department. No, they can't even change the name of the Department of the Defense. That's why I refuse to call it the Department of Defense. They cannot declare war. They cannot declare that Venezuela is a terrorist, a narco terrorist state. They can't declare any of the stuff that they have been declaring and claiming to be striking these boats on without congressional approval. Understand that. So don't use these terms that they are making up. These are fairy tales. Now, fairy tales. Let me get into this other stuff I wanted to share with you about. He had his his little meeting yesterday where they all kiss up to him. All of his what are they? Kissers.
Food assistance as the Trump administration targets Democrats. Millions of Americans could lose access to food assistance as the Trump administration targets Democratic-led states. A controversial new move after requests for names and immigration status of recipients are being denied. Let's bring in Susan Hirasuna with more on today's developments. Susan?
Well, the state of California is just one of 22 total that sued the Trump administration for the threat of cutting off SNAP benefits. Despite that, the Agriculture Secretary today announced time's up. If those Democrat-run states do not provide the information about the aid recipients, the funding will be cut off next week.
Okay, so he had his cabinet meeting yesterday. Let's be clear. The Agriculture Secretary has demanded all the information from every state who are the people who are getting food stamps. Another data collection ploy from these billionaires, because they need all the data. And so how are they going to ream in all the data? What happened to all these Republicans talking about states' rights? So your federal government is trying to get around the rights of states to have a food stamps program. Why is it so important to her? Because she's looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, and everyone on food stamps is going to have to reapply. And because she came and said that there were hundreds of thousands of dead people still receiving food stamps, that there was so much fraud that they needed to get it together, and they're going to make all 42 million people on food stamps reapply for food stamps so they can say, oh no, you're not worthy. So let's hear what this numbnut said in the meeting.
A cabinet meeting today, President Trump listened without comment to Secretary Brooke Rollins. She claimed that 29...
He listened without comment because while she was talking, he was falling asleep. I showed you how last night, night before last, he was up all night, made over 400 posts on his live social feed. And then he's in this cabinet meeting falling asleep as this dumb bitch is sitting out here trying to make an excuse of how these billionaires would get all the data in the United States of the United States citizens.
9 states had provided the information demanded, including names and immigration status. 21, including California, believe the order is illegal, and the government does not have the legal authority to demand the specific data or threaten funding. Secretary Rollins claims the data from the Republican-led states resulted in weeding out fraud.
When we found 186,000 dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states.
Local political strategist Luisa.
Okay, so we do remember when Elon Musk came out and said that there were billions of people who were still receiving Social Security checks, only to find out and have him admit that he said he was wrong. No, actually, he was lying. There were millions of people who he said, remember they were telling you that people who were 200 and 300 years old were still receiving checks from Social Security, when in fact that Elon Musk and Doge didn't know how to read the code, and so all cases were not closed unless they had a death certificate. But just because their numbers were still open, and because they didn't get the death certificate, did not mean that these people who would have been 2 and 150 years old were getting a check, all you had to do is look to see if they were getting a check, but they presented as if there was so much fraud in Social Security. Y'all remember that? She's doing the same motherfucking tactic. And if she could prove this, or she's just sitting down saying this, this is some bullshit that this bitch is doing to the poorest of the poor people who get the equivalence of $11 a day to feed themselves. A day, not a meal, a day. Who have to eat on about $11 a day.
Barada believes there's another reason behind the power move by the Trump administration. He points to the president's sinking approval ratings.
The Democrats are hiding the fraudulent immigrants who are taking away from the national resources is an argument that makes him look better in the red states. But second, he's openly said that he's going to come after Democrats or anybody who opposes him in any of these policies.
A spokesperson from Governor Newsom's office.
And I'm going to play you the remainder of the clip from her, because she also tried to say that 29 states came and gave her the information. Of course, there were red states, but the other 21 states, they are Democrat states that didn't give her the information. They're not 29 Democrat states in the whole map of the United States. So understand that that is a lie as well. There are not even 21 Democrat states in its entirety in the United States. So we do understand that that is another bullshit lie that this woman told. She also said, now understand that there are immigrants. She wants only Americans to get this money. There are immigrants that have been granted status in the United States by immigration. So some of them are eligible for food stamps. But what she is trying to pretend as if undocumented immigrants are getting food stamps. And she also said that Joe Biden was so afraid that he was not going to win the 2024 election that he dropped out of, that he just opened up food stamps and gave people food stamps and increased food stamps because he was afraid that he was going to lose that election. Let me play all of her remarks. All of the lies that always are set out in front of the American public. Let me get to that. Let me show you her full remarks. A whole bunch of lies. Hades, there was Russian ship already in the water. In Haiti, there was a Russian ship already in the water. He's over there minding other people's business. Let me show you this. Because I just want to show you how they are sitting up, trying to blame everything on poor people and immigrants. And we just really need to know what the truth of the matter is. I also have a clip of while she was talking of 4547 was falling asleep. Let me show you this. I have the whole cabinet meeting, and we're gonna get to her full comments because I think you need to know this. I think you need to know that there are veterans, there are mostly children, there are the poorest of the poor, but they want you to be okay with it because they are lying and telling you immigrants, and she only wants it to go to American citizens. Let me. Where is she? Where is she? Let me find her. Where is she? Oh, they must be taking questions now. Let me. Why can't I find her? Let me do something. Let me see if I can uh, find her specifically. Oh my God.
Everyone thinks, oh, Democrats, Frank, and plummeted to the well, the U.S. Mexican spoke to his mother. The room will go quickly.
Nuclear arsenal in America in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just.
And then, if you want, we'll take some.
Ensuring that the $150 billion in the next 60 days.
We're gonna get that
Washington and Virginia.
It was immigration, but
I want to get to
making all sorts of improvements on that front. It's very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
The film was real bad when I came in. I'm gonna be honest.
Change.
There we
Sending
go.
out last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change.
She's over the Department of Agriculture. Why is she talking about DEI and climate change? Let's get to
Sending out money last year. Again,
I want you to hear this.
560,000 people are able to build it. The American people by 500 million.
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and two words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera. And that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues.
So we will no longer be giving out farm aid to farmers based on the color of their skin. So what is she saying? That black farmers will finally be treated equally now? But what she is trying to pretend as if somebody has recognized black farmers and given them more than any other farmer, when in fact the black farmers have had to sue because they have been preventing black farmers to get anything in any other farm bills. But she is trying to pretend like black farmers are held apart and have been getting things more than in the white farmers. Let's be clear, the white farmers. She's trying to be pretend like they didn't have to sue to get what was owed to them, what was being denied to the black farmers. Now, she's talking about all the because of the way that Joe Biden ran the government, everything was so much more expensive. Everything was so high and expensive, and everything went up, and costs rose, and all of this type of stuff. And we're gonna look out for the farmers, bitch. Your administration said that as soon as the government reopened, you're going to take care of the farmers, and not at one time. While she's talking, waxing poetically about the American farmers, do you think that this administration have given the American farmers anything? As more farmers are taking their own lives because they are losing their family farms that have. Do you think that they have given the farmers any relief, as they have given $40 billion to Argentina to save soybeans to the American farmer biggest purchaser, China? While the American soybeans are sitting up rotten, getting rotten in silos in America. I just want you to understand what this stupid bitch is saying. Let's continue.
My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been.
You're thinking of ways, bitch. Bitch, are you a farmer? Are you supposed to be giving the farmers relief? There is no way because of the tariffs that the man that you work for have put on American soybeans. Nobody's buying them. That's the way to take the tariffs off. We're thinking of ways to sell these overpriced GMO soybeans that most nations are not going to buy anyway, because they have banned GMOs in many nations, while you guys continue to allow billionaires to get richer and infect our fucking foods with GMOs. You dumb bitch.
Farming for government checks instead of moving their product out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't.
You're right. Those trade deals did change that forever. She wants you to believe that many farmers were farming for checks when the corn and the soybeans were being sold across the world until these tariffs happened. Now, what is the solution that they promised that they were going to give the farmers? Another fucking bailout check. But now it's someone else's. Many times the farmers are just farming for checks. Yeah, checks to pay their bill. Checks to sell their products to USAID to send across. Oh, there is no more USAID for these farmers to sell their food. Oh, because you allowed Elon Musk to go in and shutter USAID, one of the biggest purchasers of food from farmers. Oh, but we don't want to talk about that.
One trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. And we're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our vice president.
Yeah, we're going to focus on that next year. We're going to focus on bringing back this fake golden era to farming. I didn't know farming ever had a golden era. I thought farming was not associated with any golden era. Maybe these farmers is going to be associated with golden era now. I thought that this was hard work and sweat was associated with being a farmer. So now is farming going to have a golden era that a lot of farms are being bought up by the acre traders, that JD Vance hedge funds that is buying up all the farms that are going into bankruptcy in foreclosure or are left by farmers who are unaliving themselves. And like Scott Besson said the other day, that he's a soybean farmer himself, a multi-billionaire, said that he's a soybean farmer because he actually owns farms that are being worked by other people. So is that what you mean by the gold? You're going to bring back the golden age of farming? That more billionaires are going to own farms, and that's going to be the golden age. The golden age for whom? For whom? Bitch, people are trying to survive, and she's talking some bullshit that we're going to do next year for the farmers. See, why you think that we already knew from history that they weren't doing black farmers right? And so the white farmers were sitting up there crying, I'm going to lose my farm. I'm going to lose my farm. But as soon as the government opened, the Democrat government shut down. The Democrat government shut down. The Democrats are causing so much harm. Well, next year, we are going to bring back the farming to the golden age of farming. There's never been a golden age of farming. People are trying to do the hard work, sell their crop, be able to buy seeds for next year. Why do they have to buy seeds year after year after year after year in the first place? Because one of the things that the federal government did is they said that farmers can no longer harvest their seeds from their own crops. They must buy their seeds of these GMO laced seeds from the government, and you will be fined and jailed if you harvest your own seeds from your own crops. Why? Because those seeds don't have GMOs in it. We're trying to make billionaires richer. Are you crazy? I will put you in jail if you don't help us make billionaires richer. Let's continue. This is what she's saying. If you don't understand what she's saying, this is what she's saying.
Many of our cabinet members, but the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers.
You're right. Under these new trade deals, it's unprecedented. Under these new trade deals, the farmers are losing their farms. And she's trying to act as if these new trade deals are making these farmers rich. Do you hear this dumb shit? Look at this motherfucker. As she's talking, he's sleeping. As she's talking, he's asleep.
First, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the EPSTEIN president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The Henry family in New Jersey.
Would that be the same Maud family that was shooting at a black family? You fixed that? How did you fix it? I'm gonna have to go back and research the Maud family. I'm gonna have to go back and research the what is that that they called it where on each side of the property there's a common land where you can come and go to get to their land, get to your land, a easement. that they have been fighting, that that was their land, that the black people couldn't use this easement that is recognized all throughout the nation with connecting properties. They try to prevent this black family from reaching their land, up into shooting at them. And how many times had this black family been arrested, or when they have called for help from these cops? And they were the ones who were arrested. How many times had this black family put cameras up that were ruined and torn down, and nothing was done? Is that what you're talking about, bitch? I'm gonna have to.
Who are facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing. We fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp.
So why exactly did food stamps reform? That became a thing during the government shutdown. Why was food stamps a thing during the government shutdown at all? Because the government did not shut down about food stamps. The government shut down for extending the Obamacare subsidies, so people would be able to afford their health insurance during what you call the Democrat shutdown. But now all of a sudden, it became apparent during the shutdown that there needed to be food stamp revisions. How did that happen? That happened because this man sitting here napping during your dumb speech decided to not pay out food stamps benefits during the month of November. This was a tactic and a ploy to get this stupid bitch to sit up here and say, during the Democrat shutdown, it became apparent that there needed to be revisions to this food stamp program, when a judge said and ordered that that there was no reason for the people who were on food stamps to not get their food stamp benefits. It was a whole trick and a ploy. And you got dummies on here talking about food stamps during the shutdown, when food stamps had absolutely nothing to do with the shutdown. But here we are today. Where are we today, Ronnie Q?
Reform, when all of them. The third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now big good piece of news that I hope is written about. Since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully.
About 800,000 people have moved off of food stamps since you have became president. You who have became president. You who let the demon sitting to her right, Russ Vogt, who wanted to traumatize bureaucrats and make sure he make sure that bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. lose their job, came in and allowed Doge to fire over 300,000 black women. But she wants you to believe that 83,000 people got off of food stamps since 47 has been president, as Russell Vogt and Doge was allowed to go through the government and rip all of these people of their jobs. As when the government shutdown was when the government was shut down, Russell Vogt is the demon who said, well, that's a great opportunity to rip more jobs from people. He threatened if the Democrats didn't reopen the government, didn't yield, and he would affect more job cuts. So over 1,500,000 jobs have been cut since 47 has been in office. But this bitch wants you to believe that 83,000 people have left the food stamp program. Why would they leave the food stamps program when the jobs are tumbling? The whole economy is fucked. Let's hear why she think that these people, 83,000 people, because of 47, have been able to get off of food stamps. These same people who you say don't want to get off of their ass and work, and therefore you're making cuts to Medicaid when most people who are on Medicaid are actually workers. Are actually workers who jobs don't offer healthcare insurance, and if they did, they couldn't afford to get it taken out of their check because they're the working poor. Uh, are we not? Is it just me, or do I just know too much information to be able to call out the bullshit? While dummies, the white ignorance, play into the bullshit. Is it just me?
The plan with better jobs, according to news that I hope is written about. Since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still,
with better jobs, hopefully the plan is better jobs, higher wages. Where, bitch? Oh, exactly where? Is that why you guys are hiding your job numbers to show the job losses? Is that why when the job loss for what month was that? August were put out. Was it July or August? Were put out that he fired the persons who is in charge of just giving us the data about the jobs gains or losses, and you guys have been hiding the job report ever since. And we may not even get the jobs reports from October. Were they that dismal? Oh, but 83,000 people have been able to get off of food stamps because of your policies. Are we to believe that? Are we to believe that? Let's continue.
we found 186,000 dead people or dead people's social security numbers being used.
You see the flick of the tongue. We found 173,000 dead people, or dead people's social security numbers, still getting benefits. Have you seen that they still have been getting benefits, or is it like the same lie that Elon Musk gave, that all of these dead people were still collecting checks? Have you actually verified that these 173,000 people are collecting this $11 per meal food stamps?
$500,000 people receive, but still, when we found 186,000 dead people or dead people's social security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need.
You ask them to partner with you to root out fraud. That seems like a request, not a demand. And if they choose that they don't want to partner with the federal government, isn't that states' rights? Isn't that states' rights? Oh, maybe not. Trump, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. She talking to you.
food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states. And that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota.
So what you just said there, all of that data you got came from red states. If you didn't catch that bitch, she said that all of that data came from red states. So the red states people are the one who are frauding the food stamp program. She don't have data from blue states. So we need all of this data to make sure that the money, the people's money, is not being abused. As we have over 29 Air Force carriers and warships in the Caribbean, the biggest Air Force carrier in the world sitting in the Caribbean, talking about narco terrorism. Is this bitch crazy, or she think we crazy?
The blue states continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe
So they're going to stop giving food stamps money to blue states. If you are unaware of that, if you don't watch these dumb fucks try to play in your faces, it was announced yesterday that they will stop giving money to federal money to blue states to feed the poor. Now, I thought that it was because of the government shutdown. I thought it was because of the government shutdown, and now it appears to be that we ask the states to partner with us. Just because you ask someone to partner with you, if somebody asks me to be their partner, does that oblige me to be their partner? No, it doesn't. If you're asking, or a ask is not a fucking lawful order. We asked them. So and we got all of this cheating data from red states. But the red states are going to continue to get their money, even though I told you I was able to find all of this cheating data from the red states because they complied and gave me all of the information. But it is the blue states that I am going to take. The federal government is not going to give money to for food stamps. Not the red states that I said that I found all of this fraud in. You got it? Are we clear? We clear what this dumb bitch just told you? Are we clear of what this dumb bitch just now? How will she end this dumb shit?
Biden was working to buy an election, to apply, and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden.
So you're not going to give them money so you can partner with them to root out this fraud. You don't have their information. So if they don't give you your information to root out this fraud that you found in the ones who gave you the information, which you say are red states, but you're going to penalize the blue states if they don't give you their information so you can root out the fraud that you found in red states. I think they think the American people are really stupid. Let's continue.
Was working to buy an election until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now
a year ago, he was trying to buy an election a year ago. He increased food stamps 40%. A year ago, he increase food stamps 40% to buy an election. Did you hear this come out of her mouth? If you don't,
was increased food stamp program was working to buy an election to they comply, and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy.
So they're going to roll that back. You got a raise in your food stamp, and they are going to roll that back. Why am I concentrating on this? Because of course I looked it up. Never trust and always verify when it comes to this administration. Hey, Lady V, Tom Clark. Hey, the Bushes. Uh, uh, the baddest. Hey, how are you doing? If please hit the like button. Let's check. Let's check out what the Biden administration did with food stamps. She said last year. Did she not say last year? Yes, she said last year. Published Monday, August 16, 2021 at 10:59 a.m. Starting in October, food assistance benefits will be increased by an average of 25% above pre-pandemic levels. The average benefit, which was $121 before COVID, will increase by $36 a month under the new policy, according to the USDA. And this is what this bitch is talking about. 2021. Was he trying to buy? Is that last year? Is that him trying to buy an election? But these people will say anything out of their mouth. The Biden administration approved on Monday the biggest boost to food assistance benefits in the history of the SNAP program, a reform that could impact as many as 42 million Americans. Starting in October, SNAP benefits will increase by an average of 25% above pre-pandemic levels. That will be the first time the purchasing power of the aid has changed since the program's creation in 1975. Ensuring low-income families have access to healthy diet, help prevent diseases, support children in the classroom, reduces healthcare costs, and more. The U.S. Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack said in a statement, and the additional money families will spend on grocery helps grow the food economy, creating thousands of new jobs along the way. The U.S. Department of Agriculture said that the updated benefits formula is based on current food prices, and now she's going to repeal this little $38. As we know that current food prices in 2025 are way more than they were in 2021 when this bill was enacted. So she's going to take away the $38 in this atmosphere of food being wildly high. And she thought that she was talking shit to dumb people all over the place. Dumb people who vote against their own interests. Lies that she thought that the Biden administration, the Biden administration did, the Biden administration did, the Biden administration gave people $38 in a program that had been enacted in 1975 and never saw a raise as the prices of food and everything else in the United States has raised substantially since 1975. Okay. I just wanted I will this link is also in my description box. That is just one of the many things. So when you see all of these sycophants sitting in here, this administration is like family to me. I don't want that bitch in my family. I'm gonna drop this link in the chat as well. It is in my description box. Um, hey, Live Love. I forgot to speak to you. This link is right here as well. Go over there and do your own homework. If you get a job, you don't have to worry about food assistance, and I don't worry about food assistance. Uh, who said that I didn't have a job? Who said that I was worried about food assistance? Who seasonally? Who seasonally? Hmm? Who said that I was worried about food assistance? But I know that there are many people in the United States that are worried about it. So who said that just because I'm reporting the news, it is affecting me and how I live my life? Maybe it is affecting you and how you live your life. There's the link to the story. Uh, please avail yourself to the real facts. And the real facts is that this administration is sitting up here lying as they are milking the United States citizens and getting rich and enriching themselves and their billionaire buddies. Now, if you did you hear about how crypto crashed? I believe it was the night before last. And what did I showed you a little clip of Big Gums Eric Trump showing off a a data center that they had created for their crypto with not one employee in the whole big building. This is what they have for you. And in showing off at his data center for crypto, there was no employees. The warehouse was huge, and he had the audacity to tell you that it was being powered by American energy. You know how the data centers always power it by American energy, where they plug into the general public's electric grid, and then your electricity goes up because they are dividing the usage for a data center and counting it as one entity, kind of like they count your house as one entity, and you guys got to split the electric use while the data center is counted as one thing, kind of like your house, and you wonder why your electricity bills are skyrocketing. So Eric Trump was talking about his crypto data center, and now Eric Trump is talking about how people who got into their particular coin, they have now reached maturity, coincidentally, as the crypto fell night before last. He wants you to know that, the people who got in early, who would get into their crypto early, it would be people who they give a heads up, their personal friends, people who they wanted to know. Surely not the general public got in early. So they have to have their crypto in a certain period of time for it to mature, and then and only then can they move it around or take it out. So, who is filling up the coffers of this crypto smash and run in the meantime? The general public who are buying into this bullshit that they are selling you. And so, strangely enough, that when the crypto crashed, Eric Trump just wants you to know that, oh, no, it's no big thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about you not being able to get your money out. We who got in early, we're just moving our money around because it has matured. Crypto is still safe as you have lost all your money. Uh, and they benefited from you buying into our crypto bullshit. Okay. Did you know about that? Hmm? Did you know about that? Now, let me share a couple of more. I think I have Eric Trump actually trying to sell you that lie? Why don't we get into that? To Eric Trump selling you the bullshit. It's Todd trying to do Eric Trump is the new Todd. Let me find this. Okay, here we go. Where is this? Hold on one second. I'm gonna have to I didn't save this. I'm surprised I didn't save that. Oh my god. I will find it. While I'm looking for that, um, if you guys are not familiar with Dollar General, it seems like even the billionaires that own Dollar General, Dollar Tree, and they own another big brand of dollar stores. Uh, let's see how they are ripping you off. Uh, in the meantime, while I find what I'm looking for.
It's like a criminal organization. You're stealing from my community. And I think they're very aware of it.
It's a classic bait and switch.
Go for a drive in any American county, and you'll likely soon pass by the yellow and black lettering of a Dollar General. With nearly 20,000 Dollar General stores in 48 states, the Tennessee-based discount chain has sunk its teeth into lower-income, rural, and suburban areas everywhere. Underneath Dollar General's so-called low everyday prices in convenient locations lies a sinister business model and a massive scandal that hardly anybody knows about.
My name is Lori Hartline. I am a Dollar General shopper out of convenience in my neighborhood. The price of my kitty litter was $8.95. Well, one day, wait a minute, $10? I asked him about it. Oh no, they've raised the price. Well, that doesn't say it on the shelf. Well, they just have to change it. It's in the computer. It's not on the shelf. Next week, go in and buy cat litter. Same thing. That is not what the price says on the shelf. What am I doing wrong here? I was watching the news one morning and heard about Dollar General in the state of Ohio was being sued for deceptive pricing. That is what happens to me.
Lori's story was brought to attorney Mark Dan, where it became the basis for one of 3 class action lawsuits in Oklahoma, New York, and New Jersey.
I don't think there's any question that Dollar General is doing this intentionally and systematically. If you tell me one thing and then charge me something else, in almost every jurisdiction in America, that would be theft by deception. So we have the poorest people in the country going to a store that's deceiving them about the price that they're charging for goods. In a situation where they have very few other realistic choices. I think it's about as exploitive a business plan as I've ever seen.
Price verification is when we see that a product is listed for $2.99, take it up to the register, scan it, make sure it's ringing up as $2.99. Unfortunately, in Dollar General's case, the scale or the concern was over 80% of the stores that we checked were failing, and were failing repetitively.
Dollar General has been fined over $20 million by states and the federal government since 2017. But those fines, which pale in comparison to the amount Dollar General has siphoned from communities, have done little to change the company's behavior.
There are literally millions of transactions a day. And even if at 10% of the time they're stealing 10 cents on 10% of the items that are sold, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars going into the pockets of Dollar General shareholders and out of the pockets of the poorest people in America.
I've begun to really see Dollar General as like a criminal organization.
You're stealing from my community. And I think they're very aware of it.
It's a classic bait and switch.
Go for a drive in any American county, and you'll likely soon pass by the yellow and black lettering of a Dollar General. With nearly 20,000 Dollar General stores in 48 states, the Tennessee-based discount chain has sunk its teeth into lower-income, rural, and suburban areas everywhere. Underneath Dollar General's so-called...
Okay, I just wanted to share that with you. Most states are swamped with these Dollar General stores. So be cautious if you are one of the states that only has the opportunity to shop at that store. They are sneakily robbing people. Now, this is a multi-billionaire that owns this store, and that they have been called out on it and are still allowed to do it. It should be kind of frightening to you. Now, I think I have found. The story that I am looking for. I think I have found it. Yes. If you are also not aware, Costco is suing this administration. Now, a couple of more companies have joined in on Costco. Costco has been trying to not pass on these tariff costs to you, and now they are at the point where someone's going to have to pay the tariff. So they are suing the American government behind the tariffs. Let's get into this.
Absolutely horrific news today from both Costco and OpenAI. I want to go over what's going on. Let's jump right in. So first, this is the headlines. Costco sues Trump administration to pause tariffs, refund payments. So basically, Costco's like, yo, stop taxing us and give us back our money. I mean, you can see right there, right? They're suing Trump. I think there's a lot of companies out there that are going to sue Trump over this stuff. You've been following this. The tariff situation is at the Supreme Court right now. The Trump people made their opening arguments. They look like idiots, basically, to be frank with you. And now companies are like jumping on board to try to get their money back. I think this is going to be a massive fight, regardless of either way that the Supreme Court goes. I just think more companies are going to be like, yo, I want my money. And the Trump people always make the case that we're so rich and trillions are coming in. Okay, so where's the money? Like literally, this is what Trump is saying today. This is one of Trump's people, Eric, right? Breaking. President Trump confirms, quote, we have almost $20 trillion investments coming to the USA. Holy smokes, right? Here's another quote. I don't even know if you know that. I mean, I didn't know that, but that's what Trump says. I don't even know if you know that. You know that. 20 trillion. That's a lot. Biden over 4 years had $1 trillion. It's like, really? Okay. So Trump always tries to make the case he's so much better than Biden, blah, blah, blah. I'll tell you this, guys. Next year is going to get really ugly. The last couple of years, we've been talking about inflation. I just keep saying the same thing next year. And for, the next few years, you could argue it's going to be unemployment. That's going to be what the talk is. This is the headline right now then. Delayed tariff impact starting to hit. Could cause companies to reduce headcount in 2026. Now, right now is during the holiday season, and it's just bad PR if a big company comes out and says, we're going to lay off people. It's not good during the holiday season to do these kind of things. It's not good anytime, but just especially during holiday seasons, like a bad humbug, bad company, etc. Plus, it's really bad for morale at a company when you do this. So, people who still remain on it's just not good. If you're going to do it, don't do it now. So come January, February, right? People come back. They're trying to figure out the, next year's financial plan, these kind of things. It could get really ugly. You see in the news. And while this is happening, basically Trump is sleeping on the job. If you want to watch this stuff, there's plenty of videos out there of social media. This is like 24 seconds, Trump sleeping. So if that's what you get off on, so be it. I can tell he's sleeping. I don't need to watch it for, hours on end. But this is what he is. It says, some people are putting jokes on this. Even Rubio was like, come on, man, fight wokeness, right? One nap at a time. Or, here's another one. Trump appears to be sleeping as Sean Duffy talks during his cabinet meeting. And it's not, it's not surprising or shocking that Trump does this stuff. It's like every time he, makes accusations, that's what he's doing, basically sleeping on the job. The White House, they're going to try to make the case that Trump just works awesome. He's like the hardest worker ever. And they say here, Trump working up to, right? up to 12-hour days. So yeah, if you believe that, I got some Trump meme coins to sell you. Trump working up to 12-hour days. So while other people are worried about their job, Trump was reported by New York Times working more like 12 to 5 on weekdays, right? Takes the weekends off, goes golfing. when you check in industry, what's going on, let me read this to you guys because it always paints a different picture than what Trump says, and it's more likely to be the truth. For instance, respondents to the Institute for Supply Management's November survey of factory conditions expressed elevated levels of worry. Okay, talking about jobs here, basically. Here's a quote. We are starting to institute more permanent changes due to the tariff environment. And this is coming from a transportation company, a transportation equipment company. Quote, this includes reduction of staff, new guidance to shareholders, and development of additional offshoring manufacturing that would have otherwise been for U.S. export. So basically, like the environment that Trump is creating, people are losing their jobs. You can see it right here. They got to tell investors then that things aren't going to go so great, and we may even move more jobs in manufacturing overseas. On top of that, with the Costco situation, I mean, you just see it in the news, right? Costco sues the Trump administration over tariffs, joining a refund queue. Like, basically, get in line. If you want to get your money back from Trump, get in line. And literally, there's like this long line of companies and people that all want their money back from the Trump. And I just think the line's going to be so long. Think how crazy this fight's going to be over trying to get your money back from Trump. It's kind of like, if you guys ever had these experiences, say you buy something crappy from someone and the product doesn't work, you try to take it back and they'll be like, I never heard of you. And they'll say, oh, you got to bring back your receipt. So you bring back your receipt and they say, oh, that's not the right receipt. And you bring back something like, they'll keep adding on more paperwork and they'll slow walk it. It's just anytime you've ever dealt with bad people, this is what you get, right? Bad people like Trump, they do bad things in the first place, which creates a bad problem. Then you try to solve said bad problem and more problems pile up. And word gets out that, oh my God, they're I heard that they're supposed to be paying some people back. Oh, so I need back Mexico, right? And it's not just Costco. It's a lot of companies out there like that. And then on top of that, like the Trump people, they just talk about openly scamming people for real.
Here we are. This is what I want. Trump's son's Bitcoin venture says sheds almost 40% of its value in crypto turmoil. The crypto turmoil happened the night before last. If you guys were not aware of this, I have been telling you how they have been propping up this crypto as something successful when they are actually just milking other people.
I can't make this stuff up. This is the headlines today. Trump's sons, this is Eric Trump, Trump's son's Bitcoin venture sheds almost 40% of its value in crypto turmoil. And basically Eric's explanation is, oh, well, now we can sell, time to sell. That's what he said. I'll read it. You can see it. This is from Eric Trump. He says, thanks, Coach JV. Today, our pre-merger private placement shares unlocked. Okay, unlocked. Your shares are no longer locked. These early investors, meaning our buddies, our insider traders, right? Our buddies.
Our pre-merger private placement shares were unlocked. Are you a part of that pre-merger private placement? No, you're not. No, you're not. This was the worm on the hook to reel in you little blind fishies.
The early investors are freely available to cash in on their profits for the first time, which is why we will see volatility.
They're able to cash in on the profits that they have made off of who? You, the regular American people. The people who thought that, hey, if it's a Trump venture, surely it's great. Hey, let me buy into this.
Like they're literally saying, hey, the scam is open for business. Let's sell off all our crap, right? Our fundamentals are virtually unmatched and our differentiator money Bitcoin, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, I'm 100% committed to leading the industry. And someone's complaining, ABCC is down big time. I'm picking up more, blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to convince you that they're all buying, but literally he also tells you that, our shares unlocked. Now we are able to sell. Trump's going to also tell you you're all going to be rich with these Trump account things. Who knows? Frankly, who knows with this stuff? I'll just say this. I've looked into this stuff before, and I had the same conclusion that I have now because I looked at it again. Basically, what it sounds like, there's two things that it sounds like. So one is, first, supposedly Michael Dell and his wife are going to be investing $6 billion. That's what they say. So that's what they say. I'm telling you. And these are Trump accounts. And then they're saying it's like $1,000 for every kid or something that the government's going to help you with or whatever. It's funny because the Trump people, they always complain about giving out money from the government. They complain all that stuff. And the Trump's, I hate socialism or whatever. They complain all that stuff. And yet when they do it this way and they put Trump's name on, I like it. It's like, I like refund checks from the government. I like, whatever. It's like, I like stimmy checks. It's just like nothing really makes sense with the Trump people.
They're talking about this Trump fund for the next, while he is in office. He is allegedly setting up a fund for any baby who is born during his presidency, that they're under their social security number, they will be giving a $1,000 fund that they can that you can use and put into stock or whatever you want to. Now, this a billionaire came and said that, and you can add to it, but you cannot remove it. You have to keep it in. It has to stay where it is until you can't remove it until your child becomes 18 years old. You can add to it. Other people can add to it. This is a way for him to say that he is doing something for the future of children. So a billionaire came up and donated. I think it was 218 million. So. I think it was 218 million to add to this fund. So this is what he's talking about. So this, tricks and games. Your child will be set for life with this $1,000.
And also the way they're structuring it, this will favor the wealthy, because if you don't have any friends or family or companies that will give money to your kid tax-free effectively, then you can't really benefit from this stuff, right? So you wait this.
And it's a tax write-off for the billionaires.
Stuff more heavily to people who have money to take advantage of said things. And this is also another way you can try to prop up the market, because basically right now, like, people are running out of cash. This was an interesting one. It says Jim Cramer says OpenAI's real code red is funding problem, not Google Gemini. And the case that he makes, which I think is very relevant, is basically OpenAI is burning through cash, right? It's just, they're not profitable. They have to keep, borrowing money, et cetera. And they can't borrow at the same rates that bigger companies can. So he uses the examples of which perfectly makes sense, right? Alphabet, right? So Google, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft can borrow far more cheaply than heavily indebted OpenAI. I think that's a legitimate case. So, Kramer says a bunch of, crazy stuff here and there, but that's a legitimate thing. That's just the reality of it. These other companies are profitable. OpenAI is not. And so if this ended up becoming a spending war and an endless borrowing war, OpenAI could be in some real trouble, which is kind of interesting because this is sort of the figurehead of this movement. And then the other thing to look for is if Google's subscription numbers, or we want to call it user numbers, right, just start skyrocketing. Because if you go on Google now, it'll show you AI results first. And so people start to become more aware of it, like brand awareness. I mean, it's Google. It doesn't know what Google is. And then on top of that, as I told you guys before, there are going to be other countries, other companies that are going to just keep, competing with this stuff. Like this was just today. Mistral unveils new models in race to gain edge in OpenAI, right? Release of French startup's latest system comes amid growing concerns that Europe has fallen behind the US and China. So don't count out people from Europe. Why not? Why can't a French company, do well at this stuff? Why can't a German company? Here in Korea, they're developing these kind of things. In China, they're developing as well. It's going to be fierce competition for these things. And it's going to be endless borrowing. And effectively, I think ultimately people are going to run out of money because it is what it is. Now, I want to show you this, though, because this helps you understand the full system. Okay. So we're talking about OpenAI. We're talking about, data. Centers and drones and robots, and basically ultimately it's to replace you, the humans. So for example, this is from Hegseth today. It says the War Department asked industry to make more than 300,000 drones quickly and cheaply. And then Hegseth put out this video. It's on Fox News if you want to watch it. But basically he lays out their plan. It's like, the Pentagon, the military is, partnering with literally it says right here. for commercial companies, right? See right there. But basically, it's like, how can we get a bunch of drones to replace people? And how can we, if you're a company, get those government contracts to build said drones? I mean, you can see it all on the news what's going on here. So that's why there's a big grift and a big sort of, which I would say, like, I'll put it this way, cozying up to the Trump administration to build that ballroom to get those government contracts. You're talking about real money here. Like this is real money, this stuff. And this is also what's going on as well. Like while open
Just an idiot. We understand that the war fighter who wants the war fighter to dominate. Do we don't understand that while all the money is going to the ballroom, so people can have access to get these defense contracts, which is whose money? It's your money. So at the same time, you have no problem with this bitch lying to you and saying that that Biden increased food stamps to win an election last year, when in fact he gave a $38 raise per person, the first raise since the inaction of the SNAP program in 1975. Can you understand why she is raking back $38? While she is sitting up in the Oval Office acting as if Biden gave people hundreds and thousands of dollars, while at the same time you have billionaires going into the White House paying $1 million to have a seat at the table with your president, to make sure that they can whisper in his ear and get these $1 billion military contracts. Do you think that you don't need food assistance if you can only get a minimum wage job? Get real, Cinderella. Oh, are you repeating me? Or you thought you were telling me something that I hadn't already said? Uh, uh, Are you repeating me, Prince Charming? Or did you not hear me already say that most of the people who get food assistance already do work? Oh, you thought you were telling me something? Oh, you thought you were enlightening me? Arian, people with the name Arian are not allowed in my chat. If you want to be in my chat, stay on topic, Arian. You have not enlightened me to anything. Arian, do you think that these people who your 4547 said that they were going to cut them off of Medicaid don't have jobs? Do you think that the people that they wanted to pretend were sitting in their grandma basement playing video games all day? Do you think that they are not working people who can't get health care through their jobs, Arian? What, you're enlightening me? What do you have to say about the fact that these people are losing their health insurance? Well, enlighten me about that. Enlighten me about what do you think about these people losing their health care insurance? Thank you, lady. Okay, so this is where your money is going. Uh, Billionaires are paying for access to get billion mores of your tax dollars in government contracts. But Arian don't have nothing to say about. Oh, I blocked Arian. I don't allow Arians in my chat.
AI is borrowing, and then they might not be having enough money to keep going. Then Trump, the rumor at the moment is that Hassett's going to be our Fed chair, which I'll just be frank.
Hassett. Let's talk about Hassett. Hassett, he has taken all other of the other people out of the running for Fed chair because this numbnut, this sycophant is up to be our new Fed chair. You know, Jerome Powell, who he complains about all the time, who he put in, who 4547 put in himself in his first administration as Fed chair, and he tries to make you believe that this is a Biden pick when in fact he was the one who put him in as Fed chair. Now he has a sycophant. He has stopped interviewing anyone else for Fed chair because this is a great person that can do the job.
It's a disaster for any of these kind of positions. Like you just want people who are competent, or they're not political whatsoever, and just look at the numbers and do what's best for the economy, right? Based on like what helps the country. Hassett, he's a total Trump dude. There's just no other way to put it. And so I guess they cancel interviews today for other people. It says Trump's aides cancel Fed interviews as President Holmes in on pick. And then I think what they were saying here is that some of the other candidates, they had interviews scheduled with JD Vance and ended up canceling that. Obviously, no comment from the Vance people or stuff like that. So I guess you don't need Vance to weigh in on whoever. The Trump's already made up his mind. So the rumors are Hassett. There's a couple other names out there. I think one is like Walsh, and the other one's like a Waller. But if I had the bet, I would bet Hassett. This is what everyone's saying. So we'll see. It may be someone else, but Trump.
Okay. Let's see who. Let's give you a little demonstration of Hassett. We must review the behavior of Hassett and why would this be chosen as the Fed chair. So let me pull up Mr. Hassett and some of the bloviating and ball sucking that he has done to let you believe that the prices you pay are not going up and gas prices are down. Let's hear from himself. Let's hear it from him himself. Where is Hassett? Where is this big head, bobblehead, lying motherfucker? I have him saved somewhere here. Where is Hassett? I do have Hassett, Kevin Hassett, on the ACA subsidy extension rumors. Sometimes people leak pre-decisional things. He was on Face the Nation on Sunday. Sometimes people leak pre-decisional things, is what Hassett said. When it was leaked that 4547 only a healthcare plan was to, in fact, extend the Obamacare subsidies. Let's hear from Hassett himself. And then it was leaked. 4547 denied it and gave you no other health care plan. Well, wait, maybe we can give the people money themselves, and they can go out and buy health insurance. That's the Affordable Care Act plan, and we can call it Trump Care. Because I am so inept and so above water, trying to outdo Obama. I just wanted to steal his plan and pretend as if I have devised a plan that is different from Obama, and I have no plan. I just want to steal the black man's patent. You know how throughout history, black people have made inventions, and their plans have been stolen, all dating back to slavery, all throughout history. How the inventions of black people have been rebranded and stolen by non-black people. Let me make sure I'm sharing this with you. I am. Let's go.
National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. Kevin, thanks so much for being with us.
Great to be here.
So we've all eaten the turkey. Holiday shopping has begun in earnest. So let's talk about what the holiday shopping season looks like. We've got new surveys from Goldman Sachs and Bank of America that paint a modest picture of the holiday spending outlook. They say low and middle income Americans are planning to pull back a little bit because they perceive that prices are higher. And they say if spending is up this year, it's going to be because goods in part are more expensive. Is this the temporary result or long-term result of the Trump tariffs?
Right. Well, what we've seen, those were reports about what people anticipated would happen over the Thanksgiving weekend, but we now have hard data for Black Friday.
Now he's going to lie about the data of Black Friday. This is what people were anticipating. Black Friday was a whole failure and cost. Black Friday, people spent what was it? People with modest income spent 15% less. People with more moderate income spent 5% less. And the only people who spent more were the 1% or the 1%ers. They spent 15% more. So I hope that they will be able to sustain an economy where we are a whole economy that is based upon us being purchasers instead of being creators. I hope they are able to hold up the American economy with under 2,000 billionaires being the only people able to purchase from these companies. So what is going to happen to these companies when these millionaires and billionaires who can shop all over the world are not buying their products, and there are one to two people buying a product and that has blacked out the rest of the market because so many people have lost their job and have no money to shop. What do you think is going to happen to the economy then when just a couple of thousand people are able to shop and when millions are not? So let's get into it.
And even for Saturday, and the online sales were up almost 10%, in-store sales were up 4%. It was really a blockbuster weekend after Thanksgiving.
4% in-store sales were up a whole 4%. Whoopee! Oh my God, we've done it. We've done it. He says that people were mistaken. People were mistaken. And he's lying a whole 4%. Now understand that the rich people shopping was up 15%. And so it only shows a 4% jump in sales. Are you clear on that?
And so I think that the folks who were saying, wow, maybe people are going to be anxious about, going back and getting presents for the kids and so on, they've been disproven this weekend. And I think the reason is that incomes are up this year. We had a great jobs report, and with strong income and the government shut down over so that people presumably have a little pent up demand as well. I think that we're looking at a great recovery from a few weeks because of the shutdown.
Sure. I'm wondering.
The jobs report came out, and jobs are up, and pay is up. Where exactly? Give us an example of any of this. In an economy that has put more people out of work this year than in any time under any president. Tell us where this is happening. Give us some numbers. For example.
How much of that spending increase you think is attributable to the fact that prices are up? Let me give you an example. The maker of Tonka trucks said a couple days ago that a toy truck that cost $30 last year is going to cost $40 this year, partly because they lost about 8 weeks of shipping due to the U.S. trade war with China. What's your advice to holiday shoppers who don't want to spend more this year than they did last year or can't afford to spend more?
Right. Well, as you know, it depends on what you're looking at. Like egg prices are down, gasoline prices drop below $2 a gallon in a lot of places.
You mean below?
Rates are down.
Gas prices on average are still at $3 a gallon.
Yeah, that's right. For a few states, they got below $2.
So she fact checked him on the lie about the gas prices are down to $2. Yeah. In a few states. What states in particular? What states in particular? No state. So this is who is going to be over the Fed chair. A man who's coming out giving you a whole bunch of bullshit and lies. It's going to be over the Fed chair. The Fed chair, Jerome Powell, who 4547 put as the Fed chair, and is mad that he don't lower interest rates when told to do so by 4547, trying to actually keep the economy going by not making decisions from a dumb man who has ruined and bankrupt all of his company and is trying to bankrupt the United States of America, trying to tell you that interest rates are down as you paying more for products, but and your interest rates are up. Why are your interest rates to keep America afloat? That's why your interest rates are up. So he don't have the talking point of look at the interest rates. Interest rates are down, but who's loaning to you? Who's loaning to you? When the it came out last week that the average cost of any new car in the United States is over $50,000. Who's loaning to you? As there is a influx of repossessed cars in the United States. The largest amount of repossessed cars in the United States is going on right now. Who's loaning to you? Who's trying to borrow? Who has the room to borrow in the United States? But they want to be able to tell you that the interest rates are down. The prices are down. Gas is down under at $2. In a few states, as they want to come out and tell you that everything's okay. This is who 4547 is looking to be the Fed chair. Are you surprised? The link is in my description box. All of the links that I play are in the description box. Let's continue.
And so the point is just that.
No, the point is you lied.
Depends on what you're
looking. Trade war with China. What's your advice to holiday shoppers who don't want to spend more this year than they did last year or can't afford to spend more?
Right. Well, as you know, it depends on what you're looking at. Like egg prices are down, gasoline prices dropped below $2 a gallon in a lot of.
I'm not looking to buy eggs and gasoline for Christmas gifts. She gave the example of a toy. And what are you going to say for people who are not looking to pay more for gifts this year? Well, egg prices are down. Gasoline is down to a line $2. Who's buying eggs and gasoline for Christmas gifts? Who? Who? Do you see that these people have absolutely no shame? Absolutely no shame. And lie to you. And are unashamed of it. Acting as if they are transparent and answering questions. This motherfucker said about Christmas gift the price of eggs and gasoline.
Shipping due to the U.S. trade war with China. What's your advice to holiday shoppers who don't want to spend more this year than they did last year or can't afford to spend more?
Right. Well, as you know, it depends on what you're looking at. Like egg prices are down, gasoline prices drop below $2 a gallon in a lot of places.
You mean
mortgage
below?
Rates are down.
Gas prices on average are still at $3 a gallon.
Yeah, that's right. For a few states, they got below $2. And so the point is just that in the end, what matters is in the aggregate, the average across everything that everybody buys, and that averaged about 5% under Joe Biden, and is a little bit above 2.5%, about cut in half for President Trump. And the bottom line, though, is really that wages have been growing faster than prices, and that's why real incomes this year are up by about $1,200 so far. That's why we can have a great Black Friday and a great Thanksgiving sales weekend.
Okay. Real wages have increased about $1,200. Real wages, $1,200. That motherfucker actually said this lie as if he were saying $12,000. See, that would be an increase. They want you to believe that you should be happy for $1,000 as your health insurance is about to rise. But they are doing nothing to address that. $1,200. Your health insurance is about to rise over $1,200 a month. He's talking about the real income has increased $1,200 in a whole year, not a month. He's meaning a year. This is what he's telling you. The few people who have had wage increases, they have increased by $1,200 the whole year. So this is who is going to be addressing income interest rates in the United States. Do you wonder why all of 4547's businesses have gone bankrupt? Are you clear on that? Let's continue.
Because people feel like they have more money in their pockets. Even though you're right, there are some things that cost more and some things that cost less. But on average, we're about half the inflation rate of Joe Biden.
Polls show that the public, despite some of the data you're presenting, is getting more skeptical. In our latest CBS News poll, 68% of Americans said they believe that President Trump's policies are pushing grocery prices up. They're up about 1.4% year to date. And economic sentiment, the number of people who think the economy is good, has actually dropped 6 points since he took office. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, you mentioned quite accurately the 1.4% increase in grocery prices. I think the interesting thing about that is that that's way below the Fed's target of 2 for everything else, right? And so you'd have to concede that 1.4% is very, very low inflation. And so I think that the bottom line is that we've got the big, beautiful bill cutting taxes on overtime, taxes for tips and so on. And all that money is going to start to be...
How many times do we hear taxes on overtime, taxes on tips, taxes on Social Security? The taxes on tips is up to is it $25,000, and the taxes on tips is not a lifelong a relief on taxes on tips. That is for 2 years. That is for 2 years. And you cannot get tax relief on your tips above $25,000, with the understanding that most servers in restaurants and bars and stuff are not even making federal minimum wage of $7.25. Some of these employees are making $2 and $3 an hour, and the rest of their salary is based upon tips. So, if you are we pretending like these people make so much money when this is what they're we know that they are getting paid $2 and $3 an hour? Wouldn't you think that the tax relief would be for more than $25,000? You know that they're poor, so you know you don't have to give them a relief on over $25,000.
in people's pockets, and that's why they're optimistic about next year. Scott Bessent said last week that he's looking at a first half of next year that could be in the 4% range, and the reason is that we passed the tax cuts in July, and so they didn't have time to change all the tax forms and everything, and so people are going to get really, really big refunds in the fall.
They didn't have time. We changed the tax code in July, so they didn't have time to change the forms. Is that the reason? Is that the reason? So you're going to see a lot of money next year in your tax returns. The ones of you who still have jobs, you're going to see all of this money come next year. This is who is going to be over the Fed chair.
Well, and so we're really optimistic, and we think that the good news around Thanksgiving is a sign of something that's even stronger to come.
You mentioned purchasing power. One thing that is going to affect purchasing power for 22 million Americans is the expiration of Obamacare premium subsidies. Last week, a funny situation. The White House floated this plan to extend the subsidies for 2 years. Then you dropped the proposal. And then the president said on Air Force One, somebody said I wanted to extend it for 2 years. I don't want to extend it for 2 years. I'd rather not extend them at all. Was this a case of the right hand not talking to the left hand?
No, I think that if people were talking to each other, but what happened, as you know, as a professional journalist, is that sometimes people leak pre-decisional things that are confidential and pre-decisional, and I think that somebody did that, and then it rolled back because it hadn't been through the whole process. But President Trump has been clear that he's very concerned about the cost of health care, and that's why we had $50 billion for rural hospitals in the big, beautiful bill, why we tried to get $30 billion in for cost sharing, and the Democrats didn't like that. They had an alternative approach. And so I think that what we're going to see now, between now and Christmas,
Oh, so Democrats was the one who affected your health care, as the Democrats held the government open because of the health care subsidies that you guys have not to this day addressed. So all of this is the Democrats. The Democrats. The only plan you had to do was extend the Obamacare subsidies, and then you realize how stupid you would look. Based upon your rhetoric that you did during the government shutdown. But you don't mind being stupid out coming out telling all of these lies that are easily fact checked.
Is that people are going to work this out because we have a solution. The White House has a solution for cost sharing, and the Democrats have an alternative. And people don't want
The White House has a solution for cost sharing. How come they haven't presented it? How come we the people have nobody has came out and discussed with the people what this plan is? How come there have not been any congressional meetings held on what the Republican idea is on cost sharing? But the Democrats didn't like it, so the Democrats didn't like it. So you guys said, "Oh shucks, okay, we tried." Without it being presented, the Democrats didn't like the Obamacare subsidies being allowed to expire. Did y'all say, "Oh shucks, well, we'll extend them"? Is that how y'all work? When the Democrats don't like something, y'all just say, "Oh well, I guess we can't try that." Is that what you do? Is that what you did with the government shutdown when the Democrats wanted to extend the subsidies, and then you come back a month later and say, "Well, I think we should extend the subsidies for 2 years." This is such bullshit. Oh my God. This is such bullshit.
for the few seniors that have really massive increases to see those. But don't forget the vast majority of people in the Affordable Care Act are getting their insurance for less than $50 a month. And so while this is an issue that needs to be worked out, we don't want to cause panic for the folks who are worried that they're going to lose the thing that they have. It's really just the very high cost people who are closer to retirement age that have the problem.
Bloomberg is reporting, as I'm sure you know, that you are now considered the front runner to replace Fed Reserve Chair Jay Powell when his term expires in the spring. Secretary Bessent, who is heading up this search, said he was holding final interviews this week. How did yours go?
I am not sure that Bloomberg has the story right. I'm really honored to be amongst a group of really great candidates. The thing that I was most impressed about this week when that story leaked was that really, I think the news for markets was that President Trump is close to announcing a new person who's going to replace Jay Powell. And if you look at the market response to that, it was very positive. We had a great Treasury auction, interest rates went down. And so I think that the American people could expect President Trump to pick somebody who's going to help them, have cheaper car loans and easier access to mortgages at lower rates. And that's what we saw in the market response to the
Easier access to mortgages that he said that should be 50 years as opposed to 30 years to save you 17 bucks per month on your mortgage. These are the ideas of the Republican Party. 50-year mortgages, and here he sits up here and smiles and tell you everything's going to be all right. He's gonna give you easier access to mortgages. I guess he would. I guess he would. I guess he would be the one who garner in another subline mortgage debt and put the people in debt for the entirety of their lives. I'm sure he would be that person. To give you more access to 50-year loans to enrich whom? The lender. To make the people who are approving these loans to you richer. And have you indebted to millionaires and billionaires for 50 years of your entire life. I'm sure he would make it easier. Isn't that what they did in the housing shortage? They approved people all over the place who wouldn't qualify to purchase the houses that they were purchasing because they gave them loans at lower rates that would balloon in 2 to 5 years to the extent that the people who had these loans were unable to pay the new loan rates. Isn't that what happened then? So, according to the front runner of the Fed chairs, 4547 is going to make it easier for you to get a home loan. Nothing about the price of the homes, nothing about building homes. He is going to make it easier for you to go to a lender and get a 50-year mortgage. Who's that going to help? Hmm. I just wanted to give you that information. Um, I just wanted to give you that information. Now, there is something else I do want to share with you as well. Where is it? Where is it? I want to share this with you. Here we go. This link will also be in my description box. Let me make sure I am sharing it with you. I think you're going to find that this is war.
That survivors were if it is found that survivors were actually killed while clinging onto that boat, should Secretary Hegseth, Admiral Bradley, or others be punished?
I think you're going to find that this is war, that these people were killing our people by the millions, actually, if you look over a few years. I think last year we lost close to 300,000 people were killed. That's not mentioning all the families. Have you seen what happens with the families of not only the people killed, the people that are trying to get their son or their daughter off of this poison that they've been fed? I think you're going to find that there's a very receptive ear to doing exactly what they're doing, taking out those boats. And very soon we're going to start doing it on land too, because we know every route.
There's no receptive ear for war crimes. I think you're going to find a receptive ear. I don't think you're going to find a receptive courtroom. I don't think you're going to be able to find a receptive law to uphold the war crimes that are being committed. There is no war going on because it has not been presented to Congress and Congress has not approved any war. So why these sycophants that they have in here cosplaying as reporters don't ask real questions because he will start name calling them and ask what agency they are with, and this is the worst agency ever, and yeah, that's why no one watch your channels. It's either a one thing or the other. Let's continue.
We know every house. We know where they manufacture this crap. We know where they put it all here to doing exactly what they're doing, taking out those boats. And very soon we're going to start doing it on land too, because we know every route, we know every house. We know where they manufacture this crap. We know where they put it all together. And I think you're going to see it very soon on land also. Yeah, please.
So to be clear, you support the decision to kill survivors after the
No, I support the decision to knock out the boats. And whoever's piloting those boats, most of them are gone. But whoever are piloting those boats, they're guilty of trying to kill people in our country. Yeah, please.
Joining us, Punchbowl News co-founder and MS Now political contributor Jake Sherman, who's got...
I did not want to share this with you. Let's see what they're talking about.
His ear on Congress. And President Emeritus, the Council on Foreign Relations, and author of the weekly Substack newsletter Home and Away, Richard Haass. So, Jake, we've heard from Rand Paul pretty vocally about this. He is deeply unhappy. He's calling Hegseth either a liar or incompetent. We've heard from a number of Democrats as well. Are there any other notable Republicans who it would be difficult for Hegseth and the White House to dodge?
I'll say this, Katie, there's not been many issues on Capitol Hill where you've seen bipartisan calls and bipartisan investigations, but the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee have announced jointly, chairman, ranking member, Republican and Democrat.
Mr. President, the voter's rights, if it is found.
Joining us, Punchbowl News co-founder and MS Now political contributor, well, are there any other notable Republicans?
We've seen bipartisan calls and bipartisan investigations, but the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee have announced jointly, chairman, ranking member, Republican and Democrat, investigations into this issue. It is, that's incredibly rare for these times. It's usually not rare. That means that the leadership is okay with it. And once a committee gets involved, especially in a bipartisan way, the leadership loses control and essentially cedes control of the issue to those committees and members of Congress and professional staff members that will conduct the investigation. That I anticipate will be a problem for Hegseth and a problem for the Trump administration should they want to keep Hegseth. I have no indication that they don't want to keep Hegseth, but I'm just putting it out there that a bipartisan investigation is not a good development for the Pentagon. Period. The end.
Why is this one sticking, Jake?
I don't know the answer to that, really. To be honest with you, Katie, I've thought a little bit about that. Probably because the situation that the United States finds itself in right now is somewhat bizarre. I mean, it's somewhat unconventional to be bombing boats in the Caribbean, just not very far from our shores, without definitively knowing who is in them, without the typical checks and balances in place that we typically see when we're conducting what I would consider kinetic military activity. So it's a little bit abnormal, to be honest with you. We have a very large military buildup in the Caribbean, and I think that is that is worrisome to some members of Congress.
Richard, expand on that abnormality.
Well, the biggest abnormality is normally if you suspected small boats to be carrying drugs. That's why we have something called the Coast Guard. And we would not blow them out of the water as if we were, they posed an imminent threat to U.S. forces to the United States, but we would deal with them and we would find out whether in fact they did have drugs. If so, we confiscate the drugs and we would arrest the people on the boat. But to act without evidence based simply on the assumption is totally contravenes our approach to law, which is why the administration is saying we're in an act of war. That stretches anybody's definition of war. So that's abnormality number, it's always.
Okay. I can't deal with this soft showing of the actual facts. Irregularity. No, it's the illegality is what we're dealing with. So I really have to move on past these soft shoeing questions. Let's hear from Lawrence O'Donnell. If you guys didn't hear the comments from Lawrence O'Donnell, let's hear from him. Let's hear some upfront, in-your-face talking about this. Let me share this with you. The link will be in the description box as well.
The most incompetent and unqualified Secretary of Defense in history, the only one who had to pledge to stop drinking in order to win Senate confirmation, keeps changing his story. And we don't know if he stopped drinking. When publicly suspected of murder, changing your story is cause for increasing suspicion of guilt. And when your changed story is worse than your first false account, then your story cannot survive a real investigation. And now Pete Hegseth's story hinges on a new lie, the fog of war. He's claiming the fog of war, but you cannot have the fog of war without a war. And Pete Hegseth does not have a war. Pete Hegseth has gone from saying he could see very clearly what was happening when he authorized the killing of 11 people in a small boat running on outboard motors that posed absolutely no threat to the United States of America in any way, a boat that was a boat.
And no, they have not once said that. Let me make sure my mic is on. No, they have not said not one time that these boats tried to shoot back or attack. But I disagree with Lawrence O'Donnell on one thing. It didn't start. Pete Hegseth didn't start with that story. Remember, the first thing that Hegseth said that the media was lying, that the media was making up false stories. That is what came out of Hegseth's mouth when first asked about the double tap to kill people who had survived the first strike. He said that the media was making up stories. So let's continue. You definitely have to have a declaration of war. It is an illegal act. Exactly, and that is what I'm talking about.
About 1,200 miles away from the nearest point in the United States of America. He's now claiming that he couldn't see what was going on in any way, running on outboard motors that posed absolutely no threat to the United States of America in any way, a boat that was about 1,200 miles away from the nearest point in the United States of America. He's now claiming that he couldn't see what was going on that boat because of the fog of war. Vietnam combat veterans can tell you about the fog of war. They can tell you about not knowing which direction the gunfire was coming from when it was killing their teammates. Soldiers in real combat situations in any war can tell you about the fog of war, but there is no fog in Pentagon offices where Pete Hegseth was watching that boat. And there is no fog in that video that we have seen of that small boat destroyed by an American missile under Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth's authority and under their orders. Here is Republican Senator Rand Paul's summary of Pete Hegseth's personal fog of war.
There's a very distinct statement was said on Sunday. Secretary Hegseth said he had no knowledge of this and it did not happen. It was fake news. It didn't happen. And then the next day from the podium with the White House, they're saying it did happen. So either he was lying to us on Sunday or he's incompetent and didn't know it had happened.
Senator Paul knows that he doesn't have to choose between lying and incompetent. Pete Hegseth has proved he's capable of both. George Will is the dean of conservative political writers in this country and the best prose stylist of all of them. In his new Washington Post column, George Will says Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth seems to be a war criminal without a war. There was a time when George Will was the thought leader of the smartest Republicans in our government, but he has mostly given up hope of influencing Washington Republicans in the Trump era. And now, with the Washington Post reporting that Pete Hegseth authorized a second missile strike aimed at the wreckage of that small boat because there were still 2 people alive clinging to that wreckage. George Will wrote, "The killing of the survivors by this moral slum of an administration should nauseate Americans." The moral slum of the Trump administration. Donald Trump is doing what he always does when he's in trouble. He's pretending he doesn't know anything about it, except that he knows for sure that he was not involved in it. When Donald Trump was not closing his eyes and apparently nodding off in today's absurd reality show that he calls a cabinet meeting, Donald Trump insisted that he's the only president of the United States in history incapable of obtaining information about a military attack under his authority.
As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat.
So you mean to tell me he has no curiosity when he knows this is on film? So we are to believe that this big brouhaha. He is not strike with him. And now Pete Hegseth set his lying ass up in that meeting yesterday and said, I didn't see the whole thing, contradicting himself, saying that he sat there and he watched the whole thing go down. But then all of a sudden, in this meeting on yesterday, I saw the first strike, and I am a busy man, and after I saw that, it was just flames and stuff. I will play you his statements so you can hear him himself and why Lawrence O'Donnell and so many other people are disgusted about what he said to a reporter when she asked him, did you see the survivors? How could I see that? You guys sit in air conditioned rooms, and we're out there. You were in an air conditioned room. You were not on this battleship. You were sitting in an air conditioned room yourself, watching this. You sat your ass on Fox News and said you watched the whole thing, and then y'all cut the tape that y'all gave out to be played. This was the very first strike. And if nothing else tells you that they know that they were wrong and they know that they were guilty, this was the first strike, the first boat strike. If they thought that they were right in doing what they were doing, the next time that there were survivors, the survivors from Colombia and somewhere else, I forget where the other survivor was. Those next two survivors, when you happened upon them, did you strike them and kill them? No, you didn't strike them and kill them. You collected them and you allegedly sent them back to their home countries. We have not heard from them. I'm wondering why we have all these sycophants in the White House and these news reporters who refuse to cover the Pentagon because they were demanding that they sign NDAs and do lie detector tests and everything else, that the Pentagon has no real reporters in the Pentagon. It has a bunch of influencers reporting the news from the Pentagon. Does that make any sense? Laura Loomer is in sitting in the Washington, I think the Washington Post newsroom, that they said, fuck you, we're not signing no NDAs, we ain't doing any of that. We are reporting the news, we are not shoveling out your propaganda as you demand, and you're not reviewing our stories, you're not doing any of that. We're not here to shovel out your propaganda. But I hope somebody get their ass over there to Colombia and interview the survivor, if he is even in back home in Colombia, as a lying ass Hegseth said that they sent them back. So why didn't they kill them? Does that not prove the consciousness of guilt? Well, if it doesn't, it should. Let's continue.
But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people.
Oh, so that's their new story today. Pete didn't know about the second attack. So Donald Trump, who says he hasn't gotten a lot of information about this, then gives you the crucial information, which sounds like a new invention, that Pete Hegseth didn't know about the second attack. Could have said that on Sunday, could have said that when the story broke. The attack occurred on September 2nd. And 91 days later, Donald Trump, the oblivious president of the United States, is trying to stay awake in the cabinet room and telling you he didn't know about the second attack until the Washington Post told him about it by printing their story that Pete Hegseth first lied about and said was totally false. Now Pete Hegseth has in effect confirmed every element of the Washington Post story, except that the second strike was his idea. The Washington Post reports Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave a spoken directive, according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. The order was to kill everybody, one of them said. Today, Pete Hegseth came up with the new story that he had moved on to his next meeting before the second strike occurred.
I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do. And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it. So you didn't see any.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike. You personally, and watch this. What did they? Watch this. Snowflake melt at this question. A simple question, and watch this snowflake blame it on the reporters sitting in air-conditioned rooms and all of this bullshit. It is so fitting that on his placard they spelled secretary with 2 S's. The motherfucker is probably half drunk. Secretary of State, Secretary of I will not call it a war. Secretary of Defense, sitting up here, lying and having a bitch fit. Here comes the bitch fit.
Survivors, to be clear, after that first. Through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it. So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war.
That is not a foggy region of the Caribbean, and Pete Hegseth didn't mention that fog of war, when he first talked about it on September 3rd. The day after.
I watched it live. We knew exactly who was in that boat. We knew exactly what they were doing, and we knew exactly who they represented. And that was Tren de Aragua, a narco-terrorist organization designated by the United States, trying to poison our country with illicit drugs.
You can still see that boat after that strike that he was so proud of. There's nothing preventing you from seeing it. And that's what he said the day after the strike, when he was so proud to show that video of that murder. He's lying, of course. He's lying about who was in the boat. He can't give a single name of who was in the boat. He can't give a single age. He doesn't know if they were all men. He doesn't know if they were all adults. He doesn't know if there was a 12-year-old boy there, a 14-year-old. He has no idea. And he made sure that all the evidence of who was on that boat and what was on that boat was destroyed by his 2 missiles. They are evidence-destroying missiles used in the commission of what appears to be a crime and then used for the cover-up. Use the missiles to make sure you destroy all the evidence. The Washington Post reports the protocols were changed after the strike to emphasize rescuing suspected smugglers if they survived strikes, according to 3 people. It is unclear who directed the change in protocol and when exactly it took shape. The Pentagon's war manual clearly states the requirement to refuse to comply with orders to commit law of war violations applies to orders to perform conduct that is clearly illegal or orders that the subordinate knows, in fact, are illegal. For example, orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal. And so firing on those 2 survivors was illegal when they did it. Why would you have to change a protocol so that it would comply with the Pentagon manual? Quote, orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal. So there is no doubt. If the Washington Post reporting is true, that the firing of that second missile was illegal, according to the actual words of the Pentagon's own manual. There is now hope for congressional investigations this year because the Democrats take over the House of Representatives next year, and that conduct will be investigated even further. But right now, the hope for congressional investigations this year depends on the Republican chairs of the House and Senate Armed Services Committees conducting those investigations. And this is...
I did that whole speech and I was on mute. Well, let me re-speech my speech. Do you wonder why the black four-star general retired at his first year with 2 more years to go after who was over this whole region? Do you wonder why he retired when the white person that they are blaming this on, the white general that they are blaming this on, is going to have to answer to what is obviously a rule under drunk Seth? Are you wondering why this man who worked all of his life in the military to advance in the military to a 4-star general who was over a whole region retired? And because he knew how hard it was, he knew how hard he had to work, and this military who wants to talk about DEI and meritocracy, the same military who fired CQ Brown, who was the Joint Chief of Staff, a 4-star general, that they cannot tell you why they fired this 4-star general, this black general. They have not been able to enunciate a reason why this 4-star general was replaced with a retired red-nosed 3-star general who was wearing Make America Great hats when 45, 47 went to visit him. And then all of a sudden, 45, 47 love Raising Cane. I like that guy, Raising Cane. They call him Raising Cane. Raising Cane was not qualified for the position that he was given under this military meritocracy, under this military that will not be awarding things to people based upon the color of their skin. So obviously, these 4-star generals were not put in position because of the color of their skin. If it was the color of their skin, a motherfucker who sat up there and went against military rules and who is now taking the blame for them, thought the color of his skin could protect him for being rolled over by a drunkard who has no merit for the job position that he has, who changed the rules of engagement in the military. Obviously, if it was about meritocracy, obviously Raising Cane would not have gotten the position that he was not qualified for, and who just met the qualifications, I believe, last month. How long has Raising Cane been the replacement for QI Brown, the black 4-star general who was fired for absolutely no reason that they will tell you? He was fired because he was black. He was fired because he had attained a position that a lot of them motherfuckers who were talking shit about DEI, they're mad that they couldn't attain these positions. And they put a whole unqualified motherfucker who just got his qualifications about a month ago. And these motherfuckers changing the rules of engagement for war. And when they're not even in a war, but they still have to change the rules of engagement because they think that they are the ones who say that they can strike anybody they choose and just use the lie that they are narco terrorists. It takes the act of Congress even to say that these are narco terrorists. Under whose watch are they doing all of this, changing the rules of engagement of your United States military? Under the power of a motherfucker who wouldn't go to Vietnam when he had a chance to make a difference, to be in the military, to serve his country. No, he wouldn't go. He continued to go to some shade tree doctor and said that he had bone spurs. But now this motherfucker is telling your military to go out and these people are narco terrorists as he pardons someone from Nicaragua who was actually tried and convicted of drug crimes. So why are you in the chat talking that dumb shit? Tell me this. If it's about narco terrorism, why was the former president of Nicaragua pardoned by 45-47? Child, you mad. You're mad because you're dumb. You're mad because I'm just playing facts. I'm not arguing with dumbness. Stay dumb. I hope that works out well for you. I'm
what the
going to
Senate
play these facts. The link is in my description box as well if you want to revisit the facts.
Republican Armed Services Committee Chairman Roger Wicker, said today.
Were there survivors who were killed in that second attack?
I don't have that information.
Do you worry?
But I do think we'll get that information, and we're certainly going to have available to us all of the audio and all of the video. And at that point, I'll be able to have a more informed conversation with the press.
Do you worry it could be a war crime if the survivors were killed?
We're going to find out what the true facts are, and then there'll be a determination about that.
And today, the Washington Post reports that the White House's comments yesterday that it was Admiral Bradley who ordered the second strike, quote, elicited a furious backlash within the Defense Department, where officials described feeling angry at the uncertainty over whether Hegseth would take responsibility for his alleged role in the operation or leave the military and civilian staff under him to face the consequences. This is Protect Pete BS. One military official who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal conversations, told the Post. Press Secretary Leavitt's statement left it up to interpretation who was responsible for the second strike that killed the two survivors, a separate military official said. One official said of Leavitt's statement, it's throwing us, the service members, under the bus. Another person said some of Hegseth's top civilian staff appeared deeply alarmed about the revelations and were contemplating whether to leave the administration.
Okay. So there's that. Let me share some more opinions that I have pulled aside to share with you about that. Where are we? Speaking of the admiral that resigned rather than to take unlawful orders.
U.S. Navy Admiral.
Like the one that they are throwing under the bus right now, let's revisit Alvin Halsey. This link is also going to be in the description box. Let me see. This link is going to be number 14 in the description box. Let's look at who didn't stand around to be run over by a drunk and a draft dodger.
Alvin Halsey, the head of U.S. Navy Admiral Alvin Halsey, the head of the U.S. Southern Command, has announced he is resigning from his position after only 1 year of what is normally a 3-year assignment. In a statement, Admiral Halsey wrote the following: "It's been an honor to serve our nation, the American people, and support and defend the Constitution for over 37 years. Effective 12 December 2025, I will retire from the U.S. Navy. Serving as your commander and deputy for the past 34 months has been a tremendous honor. The Southcom team has made lasting contributions to the defense of our nation and will continue to do so. I am confident that you will forge ahead, focused on your mission that strengthens our nation and ensures its longevity as a beacon of freedom around the globe. Stephanie and I extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity to have served alongside our nation's finest warfighters. Keep charging." As the statement says, Halsey has served in the Navy for more than 37 years. He was commissioned through ROTC at Morehouse College before becoming a helicopter pilot flying SH-2 Sea Sprites and SH-60 Seahawks, operating at sea from frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. He commanded Helicopter Anti-Submarine Squadron Light 37, the USS Macon Island, and Carrier Strike Group 1 embarked aboard the USS Carl Vinson. Halsey also served as the deputy commander of Southcom for 2 years before assuming the duties of commander from U.S. Army General Laura Richardson on November 7, 2024. Southcom is one of 11 combatant commands in the U.S. military, each headed by a 4-star admiral or general. Combatant commanders, or COCOMs for short, oversee operational forces, which means they're in charge of how wars are fought. COCOMs report directly to the Secretary of Defense and not their respective service chiefs. As a result of those factors, they are the Pentagon's most important leaders. Southcom, which covers the area from the Caribbean island chain and Central America across South America to Antarctica and surrounding waters, has been in the headlines lately because of the Trump administration's efforts to halt the flow of illicit drugs into the United States. The military operations associated with that effort are conducted by a newly formed task force that the Pentagon announced on October 10th. This press release documents the establishment of the Joint Task Force under the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force to synchronize and augment counter-narcotics efforts across the Western Hemisphere. The key objectives of the new JTF include identifying narcotics trafficking patterns to interdict illegal shipments of narcotics, expanding real-time intelligence fusion, conducting joint training, enhancing partner nation counter-narcotics operations capacity. The task force is commanded by U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant General Calvert Worth, an infantry officer by warfare specialty, who is quoted in the release saying, "This is principally a maritime effort, and our team will leverage maritime patrols, aerial surveillance, precision interdictions, and intelligence sharing to counter illicit traffic, uphold the rule of law, and ultimately better protect vulnerable communities here at home." The task force's maritime interdictions have taken the form of at least 7 strikes on small open boats. The FLIR footage of those strikes has been widely shared in media reports as well as online, and it shows a variety of airborne platforms dropping a variety of munitions on the boats. The strikes included one on a suspected narco submarine. President Trump posted this on Truth Social following that action. "It was my great honor to destroy a very large drug-carrying submarine that was navigating towards the United States on a well-known narco-trafficking transit route. U.S. intelligence confirmed this vessel was loaded up with mostly fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. There were 4 known narco-terrorists on board the vessel. 2 of the terrorists were killed. At least 25,000 Americans would die if I allowed this submarine to come ashore. The 2 surviving terrorists are being returned to their countries of origin, Ecuador and Colombia, for detention and prosecution. No U.S. forces were harmed in this strike. Under my watch, the United States of America will not tolerate narco-terrorists trafficking illegal drugs by land or by sea. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America." The Trump administration has claimed that the attacks are legal and justified military operations under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, which broadly outlines the role of the armed forces. The White House has said that the individuals targeted were trafficking drugs, which makes them unlawful combatants engaging in armed attacks against the United States. In recent months, the task force has grown to an estimated 10,000 personnel. It includes patrol aircraft based out of Puerto Rico and a flotilla of 8 warships led by the amphibious assault ship USS Iwo Jima that carries the F-35B 5th-generation aircraft, as well as attack helicopters. Iwo Jima also has V-22 Osprey tiltrotor aircraft aboard to carry embarked Marine Corps ground troops ashore if so ordered.
Now, you guys have nothing to say with your tax dollars being wasted this way to shoot down boats that have pull string lawnmower motors on the back. Let's continue.
The Southcom press release announcing the new task force includes a quote from Admiral Halsey that states, "Transnational criminal organizations threaten the security, prosperity, and health of our hemisphere. By forming a JTF around the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force headquarters, we enhance our ability to detect, disrupt, and dismantle illicit trafficking networks faster and at greater depth, together with our U.S. and non-partner nation counterparts." 5 days after that quote was published, Admiral Halsey announced his resignation. In response, Secretary Hegseth released the following statement. "On behalf of the Department of War, we extend our deepest gratitude to Admiral Alvin Halsey for his more than 37 years of distinguished service." A few sentences later, it says his tenure as military deputy commander and now commander of United States Southern Command, reflects a legacy of operational excellence and strategic vision. The department thanks Admiral Halsey for his decades of service to our country, and we wish him and his family continued success and fulfillment in the years ahead. Neither the Admiral or Secretary's statements indicate any tension between them, but a combatant commander leaving his position only a third of the way through his tour is unprecedented and out of character for any career military officer who spends decades climbing the ladder to reach that level of leadership and responsibility. Sources, including officers who recently served under Admiral Halsey, intimate that there were several reasons for his early departure. The first is that more than once he voiced concern to Secretary Hegseth that the takedown of the open boats that has to date resulted in an estimated 27 casualties is a violation of the laws of armed conflict, in that while drug runners pose an existential threat to the American public, they're not combatants. Experts in the conduct of war have disputed the Trump administration's claim that it can lawfully kill people suspected of drug trafficking, like enemy troops, instead of arresting them for prosecution. And as a matter of domestic law, Congress has not authorized any armed conflict in this region. As a matter of international law, for a non-state group to qualify as a belligerent in an armed conflict, meaning its members can be targeted for killing based on their status alone, not because of anything they specifically do, it must be an organized armed group with a centralized command structure and engaging in hostilities. Critics also point out that while the Trump administration has justified its attacks on drug smuggling suspects as national self-defense at a time of high overdose deaths in the United States, the surge in overdoses has been driven by fentanyl, which comes from Mexico, not South America. Those who authorize actions that violate the laws of armed conflict open themselves up to war crimes prosecution by international courts like that headquartered in The Hague. Violations of the law of armed conflict also hazards American and allied forces, in that those laws put limits on the conduct of war, including the use of chemical weapons and the treatment of POWs. If we violate those laws, then any enemy can certainly justify doing the same thing. Second, after Admiral Halsey voiced his concern, several of the strikes were reportedly conducted without his knowledge using special operations forces, which means the secretary went around him when authorizing the attacks. That's about as
And he, oh my God, and he announced his departure from the service thereafter. Whoops, wrong, but
U.S. Navy Admiral Alvin Halsey, the time of high overdose deaths in the United States, the surge in courts like that headquartered in The Hague. Violations of the law of armed conflict also hazards American and allied forces, in that those laws violation of the laws of armed conflict, in that while drug runners pose an existential threat to the American public, they're not combatants. Experts in the conduct of war have disputed the Trump administration's claim that it can lawfully kill people suspected of drug trafficking, like enemy troops, instead of arresting them for prosecution. And as a matter of domestic law, Congress has not authorized any armed conflict in this region. As a matter of international law, for a non-state group to qualify as a belligerent in an armed conflict, meaning its members can be targeted for killing based on their status alone, not because of anything they specifically do, it must be an organized armed group with a centralized command structure and engaging in hostilities. Critics also point out that while the Trump administration has justified its attacks on drug smuggling suspects as national self-defense at a time of high overdose deaths in the United States, the surge in overdoses has been driven by fentanyl, which comes from Mexico, not South America. Those who authorize actions that violate the laws of armed conflict open themselves up to war crimes prosecution by international courts like that headquartered in The Hague. Violations of the law of armed conflict also hazards American and allied forces, in that those laws put limits on the conduct of war, including the use of chemical weapons and the treatment of POWs. If we violate those laws, then any enemy can certainly justify doing the same thing. Second, after Admiral Halsey voiced his concern, several of the strikes were reportedly conducted without his knowledge using special operations forces, which means the secretary went around him when authorizing the attacks. That's about as bad as professional insults get at that level. But the final straw behind his sudden decision to resign was rumored to be President Trump's announcement that he'd authorized the CIA, an agency that Admiral Halsey doesn't directly control, to begin covert actions in Venezuela. That rumor is backed up by the fact that the announcement came on the same day that Admiral Halsey announced his resignation. To this point, the scope of the counter-drug effort has been focused on cartels based in Venezuela, but now includes those in Colombia after Colombian President Gustavo Petro accused President Trump of murder, claiming that one of the strikes was on a Colombian fishing boat with civilian Colombian fishermen aboard. President Trump responded to that claim by accusing Petro of being the head drug trafficker and levying a 100% tariff on Colombia and stopping all U.S. financial aid to the country. In response to those actions, Colombia recalled their ambassador from the United States. While there has been no official explanation for Admiral Halsey's premature departure, it seems to be in keeping with what we discussed during the episode dealing with General Milley's tenure as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In that one, we discussed that a military officer has 3 options when given an order: carry it out, publicly refuse to carry out the order and accept the consequences, or resign your commission. There isn't a 4th option where the admiral or general ignores the order and does whatever he wants instead, which, as we pointed out, was the passive-aggressive course that General Milley chose. So assuming that's the matrix that was in play here, Admiral Halsey did the honorable thing. Some Trump critics like Rhode Island Senator Jack Reed and the host of the popular Midas Touch podcast, Ben Macelis, have predicted that Admiral Halsey's resignation will be followed by many more, but we've seen no evidence that this is the case. As the administration has done since Trump returned to the White House last January, whether it be replacing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff or the head of a branch of the military, they will continue to whittle away at the top of the chain of command to find senior officers willing to carry out the orders of the commander-in-chief, regardless of how, let's say, unprecedented they might be. For instance, we have not seen the resignation of Lieutenant General Worth, the commander of the new task force in the region, or any other 3- or 4-star resignations since the boat strikes began some weeks ago. But we'll be keeping our eye on the situation, so if you're not already a subscriber, become one so you don't miss anything. And in the meantime, I look forward to talking to you again very soon.
Hold on. Let me. Oh, let me. Let me respond to this. We already knew Democrats loved criminals and illegals. Now drug smugglers? Is it us who, where's the love for drug smugglers? 46 MD, exactly where do you hear any love for drug smugglers here? But obviously, I try to find a right leaning outlet to report on the love of drug smugglers since 47 decided to pardon the Nicaraguan president who was found guilty of being a drug trafficker to the United States with plenty of facts. But I didn't see Fox News reporting on that. So I will play this for you. Since you have no answer to my question, let's be real clear who loves drug smugglers and why.
Mr. President, did you speak with House Republican leadership about your decision to pardon Congressman Henry Cuellar? And are you concerned that you made a vulnerable Democrat perhaps less vulnerable with that decision?
It didn't matter. He's a respected person. He was treated very badly because he said that people should not be allowed to pour into our country. And he was right. He didn't like open borders. He was on the border. You know, he represents a very respected man. He represents the people on the border, and he saw what was happening. And as soon as he made that statement, I then said, I'll bet he gets indicted. And that's what happened. You know, I put out my tooth from that.
Oh, I apologize. That's the wrong clip. Let me go back and he did do that pardon today. And we're going to talk about that as well. I want to talk about the Venezuelan drug trafficker that was pardoned. Let's go right here.
So it goes without saying that Donald Trump's entire pretext for everything that's happening in the Caribbean is his so-called war on narco-terrorists. It is the pretext for the extrajudicial strikes on alleged drug boats, extrajudicial according to Rand Paul, who's been upset about them since they started happening. And yet Donald Trump's pardon power has now extended to make perfectly clear to everyone in this country and around the world that he doesn't actually care about combating drug trafficking. Because if he did, or any person, take Trump out of it, any person who cared about drug trafficking and thought drug traffickers were the worst of the worst, to borrow a phrase, would never contemplate using the extraordinary power of the presidential pardon for one of the world's most prolific drug traffickers. Donald Trump did. On Friday, he said that former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez will receive a full and complete presidential pardon. Hernandez was convicted on drug trafficking and weapons charges and sentenced to 45 years in prison just last year. It was one of the most sweeping drug trafficking cases to come before a U.S. court in 30 years. As the New York Times reports, the pardon would be a, quote, head-spinning resolution to a case that for prosecutors was a pinnacle, striking at the heart of a narco state. Prosecutors said Mr. Hernandez was key to a scheme that lasted more than 20 years and brought more than 500 tons of cocaine into the United States of America.
Well, 46 MD, what say you now? Who loves drug traffickers? What say you now? With the record of this administration, based upon what is being done to his boats, you mean that our military didn't hover over the prison cell that would held this man and strike his prison cell with all of the drugs that he brought into the United States? Not it appeared that they were on their way to smuggle drugs to the United States. Someone who actually smuggled drugs into the United States over 20 years and get a presidential pardon from this man? You cannot be serious. Let's finish this.
When asked about pardoning one of the world's biggest narco terrorists, here's the explanation that Donald Trump offered.
You've made so clear how you want to keep drugs out of the U.S. Right. Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Which
Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Well, I was told I was.
I don't know who you're talking about. You mean he's pardoned more? He's pardoned so many drug traffickers to the United States that he doesn't even know who this reporter is talking about. He's pardoned that many. Oh yeah, he did also pardon that G guy who was money laundering drug and trafficking money through his crypto operation. He pardoned him too. He also pardoned that guy who was selling meth and I think he was actually selling fentanyl too. You forgot about these drug pardons? Did you forget about those drug pardons? He pardoned that first guy who got over 100 years for smuggling drugs into the United States his first day in office. Oh, you forgot that because that was so long ago. That was way back in January that he pardoned him. So is it the Democrats who love these drug smugglers, or are you stupid, or do you think we're stupid? I think you're stupid. Let's continue.
Asked by Honduras, many of the people of Honduras, they said it was a Biden setup. It was a terrible thing. He was the president of the country, and they basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president.
I was told.
They said, who is they?
Coverage of Andrew Weissman, former.
They said, who is they? As my mother said, don't come to me telling me what they said. Who is they? It was a Biden cover-up. Have you gotten into Junior's happy medicine? All of this sniffling and are you doing? Are you into Don Junior's? It is alleged that this person who was just pardoned was shipping cocaine into the United States, and here you are with all of this heavy trying to clean your passages at just the mention of this man's name. What have you been up to? Have you been hanging out with Junior a little too much? I want to know. I'm just curious.
Official of the Department of Justice, now an MS, now legal analyst. Claire is still with us. Claire, let me come back to you on just the tie, the unavoidable, can't look away from connection between the first story and this one. Anyone who knows that the rationale is on very thin ice politically, with Democrats and Republicans questioning the legality of the strikes in the Caribbean, might say to Donald Trump, maybe don't pardon a convicted drug trafficker. What do you make of Trump's response?
Well, I frankly, I think what's really important to look at what this case actually was. And Andrew can speak to this also, but this was a laboriously put together investigation loaded with evidence. I mean, chock full of evidence, factual evidence that this man, I mean, he was famously said in front of a number of witnesses, we're going to stuff this stuff up the gringos' noses. They won't know what hit them, or something to that effect. He and his brother both were paid significant bribes to allow the free flow of cocaine through Honduras from Venezuela. And here's the kicker, Nicole. One of the investigating U.S. attorneys, assistant U.S. attorneys on this case that was involved in the investigation and putting the case together was none other than Bove, Donald Trump's personal lawyer, who he now has put on the federal bench. This wasn't Biden that cooked this up. This was one of Trump's lawyers that cooked this up. And of course, it wasn't cooked up. It was the gathering of evidence in a way that is very difficult with these large narco states. And, hats off to all of the law enforcement personnel that put this together. And keep in mind, he was sentenced to 45 years and he's letting him out after a year. This man is not serious about dealing with drugs coming into this country. He is serious about doing favors for friends that he thinks is going to benefit him.
Okay, that link is in my description box. So that's one person. He was a former world leader. Was he really now? Let's talk about Ross Ulbricht. Let's talk about this trafficker. Let's talk about him. Since we want to play games in the chat, I noticed 46MD has absolutely nothing more to say. Let's talk about Ross Ulbricht. Let me share this with you. And let me see if you have anything else to say about this. This link is in my description box as well.
I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht. He's already served 11 years. We're going to get him home.
That was then candidate Donald Trump making a campaign promise at the Libertarian Party National Convention to pardon Silk Road founder Ross Ulbricht. In 2011, Ulbricht set up his website on the dark web. It was called Silk Road. It became a hub for people to sell lots of things, among them drugs, weapons, and, believe it or not, murder for hire services. Now, Ulbricht didn't do any of those things. He just provided the place on the web in which those transactions, often or almost exclusively paid for in cryptocurrency, could be transacted. In 2015, he received 2 life sentences, which many in that Libertarian Party convention you just saw thought was excessive. The FBI once referred to Silk Road as, quote, the most sophisticated and extensive criminal marketplace on the internet. Technology reporter David Yaffe-Bellany is covering Ulbricht for the New York Times and joins us now. David, it's great to have you with us. For those who are just catching on to this story, had never really heard anything about Silk Road or Ross Ulbricht, paint a picture for us.
Sure. So Ross Ulbricht was a kind of crucial figure in the early history of cryptocurrencies. He created this platform where people could buy and sell drugs. You could have drugs basically sent to you via the postal system, and you would pay for it in Bitcoin, which would keep those transactions anonymous. Eventually, he was caught and ended up with that double life sentence that you alluded to before.
And did this website and Ulbricht's involvement make him something akin to a folk hero among libertarians or libertarian-inclined ideologues in this country?
Yes, absolutely. Ross was a libertarian himself. He espoused libertarian ideals, and the project of the Silk Road sort of corresponded with some of the ideas of the movement. And so he was embraced by libertarians, especially when he received a sentence that even many kind of neutral legal experts considered unusually harsh for what he did.
And what did he actually do
So
that led to this sentencing?
So what he was charged with doing was creating this platform where drugs were distributed over the internet. And there were some other charges as well. There were also accusations that he solicited people to commit murders on his behalf. He was never actually charged with that, though it did affect his sentence. And there's no evidence that those murders were actually committed. But that aspect of his behavior certainly had a major contribution on his public reputation and the sentence that he ultimately received.
And I know libertarians believe, hey, look, if people want to take drugs, it's their right. But there were some significant harms that arose from transactions, drug transactions on Silk Road, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, the federal prosecutors attributed 6 deaths to drugs that were sold on Silk Road. You had parents of those people, speaking during the court proceedings about the effect that Silk Road had had on their lives. I mean, he's a man who committed very serious crimes. There's no question about it.
And what do you think this tells us, this pardon, about maybe the political popularity of Russ Ulbricht or the libertarian movement? Or is it more about an association from this new president returning to office and cryptocurrency itself?
I think it offers some major insights into how.
That link is in my description box. Let me share another link with you. Since we want to play games, I don't play games over here. I just give you the facts. Propaganda that you insist on talking.
Ross Ulbricht is finally free after serving 11 and a half years in prison. He was given a full and unconditional pardon by President Donald Trump a day after he took office last week. This is one of the most followed and controversial criminal cases of the last 15 years. The federal government and the Supreme Court call Ulbricht.
I have to restart that so I can drop the link.
Ross Ulbricht is finally free after serving 11 and a half years in prison. He was given a full and unconditional pardon by President Donald Trump a day after he took office last week. This is one of the most followed and controversial criminal cases of the last 15 years. The federal government and the Supreme Court call Ulbricht an unabashed drug kingpin. Libertarians call him a freedom fighter and a martyr. And most people in the middle, like me, think he was just a kid who got by the system. And apparently, Donald Trump did too. In case you haven't heard of Ross Ulbricht, he was one of the alleged founders of the Silk Road underground website that operated online from 2011 to 2013. According to law enforcement, Silk Road was the most sophisticated and extensive criminal marketplace on the internet, best known for sales of illicit drugs. In just over 2 years of operation, it's estimated that over $200 million in drug sales were conducted on the website. This thing was like an online open-air drug market. Imagine Skid Row meets Amazon.com. And one of the biggest controversies surrounding the case were the alleged murder-for-hire plots conducted at the behest of Ulbricht. I remember very clearly when that case was going on, reading the paper and thinking, wow, this white boy is kind of a mad genius and also maybe a psychopath. I was taking the government's word for it, like a lot of people did back then. Ross took his case to trial and was found guilty on 7 charges, all related to drug trafficking and money laundering. Nothing to do with the supposed murder plots. And the judge still sentenced him to life in prison plus 40 years. That's decades more than they gave El Chapo. That's what we in the business call getting hung. They made an example.
Okay, so they made an example of him. Oh, poor little white boy. Now we heard that there were some death associated
last night. Donald Trump.
What he was doing. So let's hear Ross thank Donald J or Donald T. Let's hear Ross thank 4547 for his pardon. Let's hear all of the thanks.
Last night, Donald Trump granted me a full pardon. I was doing life without parole, and I was locked up for more than 11 years. But he let me out. I'm a free man now. So let it be known that Donald Trump is a man of his word. Thank you so much, President Trump, for giving me this amazing blessing. I'm so grateful to have my life back, to have my future back, to have this second chance.
He's glad to have his life back, selling drugs over the dark web, and whoever get hurt by it be damned. Because did Donald Trump let any black drug kingpins out of jail? Did he do that? Did he? But Honduras people who he has not even proved to be drug smugglers are losing their lives in the middle of the Caribbean Ocean. Say what now? Nothing? Say what now? So play games somewhere else. Don't come in here thinking you're going to play games with me. Okay, so I have some more things that I had planned to share. All of those links are in my description box. Let me see. No, I don't want that. Maybe I do this. No, I don't want to share that. So there is some new breaking things up that came out. Um, that I did want to share with you. Let me find it real quick. I just ran past it. Never forget, we are not going to allow these war crimes to have us forget all of these lies and new lies and all on top of old lies and lies. Let's remember one of the original lies. As I find what I was looking for, I did have this to share anyway. So let's share it right now. It's out of order, but I think it's newsworthy.
Files. Today, we have some breaking news concerning the Jeffrey Epstein files. Today, the House Oversight Dems, of course not the Republicans, who continue to slow walk any version of transparency to the American people when it comes to the Epstein files. The House Oversight Dems releasing 10 photographs and 4 videos that were in response to a November 18th letter that was served on the United States Virgin Islands Attorney General from House Oversight. And we have a link to them. There are 10 photographs and 4 videos, but I want to get into how they were produced because I think that's equally as important as what was produced.
Hold on now. She's not going to show the photographs. Let me see if I can find this link. If I can find this link, I will also put the link. I don't see a link. Where is the link? Let me see if I can. Maybe she's going to, because she does not have a link here. Her link to this video is in my description box, however.
According to the letter dated November 18th to the United States Virgin Islands Attorney General, Department of Justice, in 2020, the USVI Attorney General Denise George filed a law enforcement action against Jeffrey Epstein's estate and 10 Epstein-created entities because of violations of anti-criminal enterprise, sex trafficking, child exploitation, and fraud laws of the Virgin Islands. A settlement was reached in December of 2022, requiring the defendants to pay the Virgin Islands $105 million in cash, plus 1/2 of the proceeds from the sale of Little St. James. That is the island that is depicted in the photographs and the videos that were produced today by House Oversight Democrats. A separate lawsuit was filed by the USVI against JP Morgan Chase, alleging that that bank facilitated Epstein's sex trafficking venture, not only by banking Epstein, but allowing him to draw $1.75 million in cash for payment to Epstein's victims, and also by banking the victims themselves. A settlement was reached under which JP Morgan Chase paid $75 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Follow the money.
So House Oversight said, we request the following documents and information in an unredacted form no later than December 2nd, which was yesterday, concerning the following three cases. In re the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein, which is the estate of Epstein. Number two, the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands versus the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. That's the one that we talked about just a couple of minutes ago that resulted in the $105 million in cash plus half of the proceeds from the sale of Little St. James Island. Number three, the government of the USVI versus JP Morgan Chase. We just talked about. Number four, all documents and communications relating or referring to any federal or local criminal investigation or potential criminal investigation of Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, that is foundationally how we ended up with what we got today, the 10 photos and 4 videos. Now, we're hearing from a spokesperson for House Oversight who says that these were selected photos and videos by House Oversight Democrats and that there's more. We do know that there are at least 5,000, I want to say, and I want to double check this to make sure that I'm accurate with the information I provide to you always. There are approximately 5,000 documents that were received in response to subpoenas that were served on JP Morgan Chase and Deutsche Bank for Epstein's financial records by House Oversight. According to Congressman Garcia, those records are being processed and will be released to the public shortly. And again, a spokesperson for House Oversight saying that there's actually more. So let's get it, right? But I want to focus on this because it just goes to show we are on the eve of theoretically getting the entirety of the Epstein files released by the Department of Justice. That would be December 19th, which is in 16 days. And that was because an entire law had to be passed to be able to get it done. But we also know that Donald Trump, in a not so secret way, demanded that Pamela Joe, Attorney General of the United States, more accurately, personal counsel to Donald Trump, that Pamela Joe launch an investigation into Democrats only that are relating to the Epstein files. And we know that she handpicked the Southern District of New York's U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton to be able to do so. We also know that the Epstein Transparency Act, that is a law now, that particular law has baked in restrictions, including but not limited to the idea that if there's an open investigation going on, that certain records can't be produced, i.e., e.g., ergo the reason why Donald Trump said to Pamela Joe, launch an investigation into the Democrats, thereby trying to stonewall production. But you know what didn't have any restrictions? The freaking subpoena to the Department of Justice that was served back in August, to which the DOJ has only produced a certain limited number of documents, 97% of which, according to Congressman Robert Garcia, were already publicly available documents, either because Ghislaine Maxwell went to her jury trial, and those were a part of the public trial, or they are things that have been a part of civil litigation against Epstein, Maxwell, and others that were not sealed in some way. In other words, the Department of Justice has slow-walked, slow-rolled, created obstacles, thrown up hurdles to produce the Epstein files, despite claiming that they think that we deserve to have all the information. Now,
and despite saying that they were done with the investigations, despite saying there's no other clients and all of this link is in my description box. Let's move forward to she is an attorney, Katie Fang, former MSNBC host who was fired after the DEI initiative brouhaha, Asian woman. Okay, let's move to someone who is going to actually show these photos. Status quo. This link will be in the description box as well. If you have not heard or visited Status Quo, I would advise you to go check them out. A place for real news. Let me share my screen with you, and let's see. I haven't seen these photos. This is a late breaking news. So let's get at it.
For the year 2025, in our dear Lord and Savior's United Corporations of America. Joining me is the intrepid, slick-haired commentator, activist extraordinaire, Peter Hager of the YouTube channel Revolutionary Change. Him and Jen Perlman do a great job there. Rumor on the street, almost 100,000 subscribers.
92,000.
This is in my description box. This is number 20 in my description box. Let's get to
300, like 92.3K.
We got slide on but I want to barrel through anyway, because these are very, very trying times in the United Corporations of America and in this oversaturated hellscape that is YouTube. I think we have something to offer that others do not, which is living, breathing, independent, on the ground justice journalism. So we're going to go through some of our most recent on the ground clips. We are really 144,000 subscribers.
Let me get to the story. Support independent media.
You have the first one here.
And if you don't know where to find independent media, support people who are reporting on the truth that independent media is not bothering to tell you about. That would be moi. $sign Ronnie Q if you want to support the channel.
New House oversight dump from Epstein's Island shows dental room with walls covered in the masks of old men. If you could click on the photo, I don't have X-ray vision. I don't have a forensic analysis. Who are those old men? Maybe if you zoom in, maybe Bubba, Bill Clinton's on the wall. I don't know. Trump. I don't know who these old men are. But this, to be clear, is in one of Epstein's residences on this island. It's in a dental room, which first I'm asking Peter, why exactly do they have a private dental room on
Well, it
Epstein's?
seems to me that just about every room in Epstein's compound is one laced with imagery that is supposed to scare the ever living shit out of you. That if you even think about sharing with other people what you've seen, what's going on there, you might be one to end up on the wall as a display. I can't help but take my eye off of this guy on the left. That looks like his nose is about to go below his chin. So that's pretty disturbing on the surface alone. I don't know who the rest of the wonderful world of sex criminals that have been put up on the wall in the back that you can't see very well. But from what we've seen, just from the basics in terms of the interior of any of Epstein's rooms, they are very disturbing, and that's putting it very gently.
Yeah, so there's a lot to get to. Again, I don't know.
Let's get to it.
These raids are beginning with Soros or any of those fucks. We are funded by you. So if you have appreciated, and we have a new promo video, maybe we'll play a blackboard. This is the interior shot from his estate. I don't know if it was his estate on the island or if it was his estate on the Upper East Side of New York. But it shows a blackboard with names redacted, and the phrases power,
Wait a minute.
and deception. So
Wait a minute. Is that a wall air conditioner? Does he have a Babe Nation air conditioner in his wall? Wow, who knew? A multi-billionaire has a wall air conditioner. Obviously, this is somewhere in the center of his house or somewhere. That's just odd. That's just odd. Why would he have a wall unit in? It is not connected to the main house. Maybe it's some type of entertainment dungeon room that people could escape away to and do untoward things to underage girls. I have no idea, but I find that odd.
with names redacted, and the phrase is power, plants, and deception. So I don't know what TV shows you watch, Peter.
None.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of like, I don't know, Law and Order merged with CSI, merged with Homeland. I don't know. Obviously, the most important things are who are those names redacted, because they are referring to individuals who have power, individuals who are possibly plants, deployed by the government per se. I don't know. Deception. But this is all pretty creepy and also leads to more questions. Looks like the VIP section in Squid Game. That's
Squid Game I did see, and I would also say that as much as people think that this is like a Trump gotcha and that's what they're trying to get to the bottom of, there are people so much more wealthy and powerful than Trump that you don't even know exist, that probably are involved in this, that don't want themselves exposed. And that's why whatever's going to come out, they're going to control the narrative as much as humanly possible. We'll eventually find out a lot of what's going on, but there's a lot that we will not find out. The people that control the system anyway.
You know, what I think of here when I'm looking at this blackboard, when I'm looking at these mess, is Epstein's main currency, which has been, you know, rumored about, but it's really not a rumor. I mean, it's kind of obvious, was information, and that he had enough information to blackmail people. Well, this would, to me, go with somebody who is basically his whole spiel and his whole MO is kind of like a giant devil's chessboard, where he has a chalkboard and there's names under it, and he's connecting names to deception or plants or power, but kind of like he's moving the chess pieces on who he has information on, who he could blackmail. Of course, I'm speculating, but that's really the only thing I can think of why you would have a fucking blackboard with these weird names, sinister sounding phrases with names underneath, on top of a dental room of House of Horror, like Halloween, you know, Hall of, what do they call that? The Halloween Mirror, or the House of Horror Mirror?
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the exact name, but yeah, this is again, everything about Epstein, everything about what they were doing. It's all, as Whitney Webb says, we are one nation under blackmail. And that's what this is all about. It's how do you maintain this power structure? It's like everyone has been caught doing something explicit that, if it had gotten out, would completely destroy them. And when we hear stories about things that have gone on over the years, some of it exaggerated, some of it underreported, it leads one to believe that in order to get to the top and stay there, with very rare exception, it's like you have to become a product of the lowest form of behavior in order to do it.
Okay.
Right? We saw what happened with Diddy, and I'm sure it's a lot worse than even what we've been revealed to understand. And the same, it's true with Epstein and so many.
And that was that Jeffrey Epstein believed two things. Now, they don't need to be true, but I think this is what Jeffrey Epstein believed. I think he believed that he had a window onto Donald Trump's finances for whatever reason, maybe advice he'd given him in the past to do with bankruptcy. He therefore thought he knew that Donald Trump had no disposable cash in the early 2000s, and that is why he had question marks.
God, I can't believe I did that. I apologize.
That he had a window onto Donald Trump's finances for whatever reason, maybe advice he'd given him in the past to do with bankruptcy. He therefore thought he knew that Donald Trump had no disposable cash in the early 2000s, and that is why he had question marks when Donald Trump came out of nowhere and paid $45 million for this
for the Palm Beach property.
For the Palm Beach property, which Epstein had wanted, and that
the Palm Beach property that 45, 47 that Epstein bought from under 45, 47, and that is the reason for them having their friendship. No matter how many times Carolyn Leavitt tells you that they stopped being friends because 45, 47 found out that he was a pervert and he made him quit his club. Epstein was, according to Epstein, he was never a member of Mar-a-Lago. So let's move on.
Epstein suspected something.
We know this.
Journalist and cameraman John Farina asked Congressman Thomas Massey about this a few months ago at one of these hearings where the victim spoke. Colin, if you have that clip.
So in 2023, JP Morgan Chase paid $75 million to settle claims that the bank enabled Epstein's sex trafficking claims. Is it possible these documents that Republicans and Trump are trying to prevent from coming out have important information that the banks knew about Epstein's?
Absolutely. I mean, the first rule of any investigation is follow the money. So we got to follow the bank records. It is one thing the Oversight Committee is doing that I applaud. Let's hope they get it out there. They can't just hold that information in their committee. Follow the money. Which accounts did it come from? Which accounts did it go to? And that's the quickest way to figure out who was doing what.
So, again, connecting the dots here, JP Morgan, rank and file workers were sounding the alarm to executives. We should cut the cord with Epstein. These were not just rumors at this point. And they kept him as a client even after his arrest in the 2000s for child prostitution. This was not the main charge that got him put in prison in 2019. This was in the late 2000s. But they kept him as a client, even though a lot of their rank and file were issuing red flags because there was a lot. I mean,
and he had already been convicted the first time. Let's move forward. And so they help facilitate more victims.
Suspicious
being,
transactions
being essayed by adult men.
Involving him and prominent Wall Street and business figures. Could this be in the files they don't want to release? I'd love to know. Who are those prominent Wall Street and business figures? The so-called suspicious activity report the bank filed included transactions with Leon Block, the co-founder of private equity firm Apollo Global Management. As you know, Peter, he's given money to Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. He plays both sides.
Absolutely.
Glenn Dubin, well-known hedge fund manager, and the Zionist-in-chief, Alan Dershowitz. And trust controlled by Victoria's Secret honcho Leslie Wexner. Nature of the transactions as well.
And I did a whole thing on Leslie Wexner of Ohio, buying up all of the land surrounding his mansion. You know, Jeffrey Epstein also stayed in the guest house of Lex Wexner. That's where he departed and turned himself into jail from a guest house of a billionaire who has bought up all of the land, not just small houses. He bought up mansions surrounding his mansion, and it is full of data centers in Ohio. This is what Lex Wexler is up to now. He's getting a filthy rich off of data centers. Let's continue.
Epstein's role, unclear. I'm going to go down a little. Several other suspicious activity reports JP Morgan filed in the years before Epstein's 2019 arrest were also included in the documents released on Thursday. They notified federal regulators through some of Epstein's voluminous cash withdrawals, which experts say are a potential hallmark of money laundering and human trafficking. Peter, who was there plenty of reporting on in the 1980s and 90s and 2000s that his real estate business was engaged in money laundering?
Listen, it is a total hoax. Don't believe what you hear. I was always the best person for the job.
I was the
and
best.
I didn't pay people that didn't do a good job. I mean, would you not pay somebody for doing a really crappy job? Jordan, I am really, really rich. Despite
no, I'm not going to pay them. They came in and they did a crappy job. One of the crystals on my chandelier that I had them install, of the thousands and thousands of crystals, one had a small chip. I'm not going to pay these guys. Who would pay these guys?
Other people have to say, believe me. And that's always been his shtick. Is to always just claim, everybody else is wrong, I'm right. And, you know, all these stories that you heard in the New York Post and the Asbury Park Press, who cares? I have my name on all of these casinos.
But I want to also point out, if Epstein had the goods on Donald Trump committing financial crimes, Donald Trump's children for the last 15, 20
Epstein, he died. He died in the jail cell. If there's anything that happened to Epstein in the jail cell, that was Biden's fault. I heard some people are saying they told me, I was president. Scratch that. Epstein did it to himself.
20 years have been very actively involved in his business. Now you could say Donald Trump, would he actually be trying to protect anyone?
Has Pam Bimbo came back with that minute that was missing from the video that she made a big spectacle of herself to show the video that was available where she didn't think that people would see someone in orange climbing the stairs to Epstein's unit, and she said, a minute is missing because they use the same video over and over every night, and every night at this time a minute is missing, when in fact over 3 minutes were missing from the video. And she said she was going to come back and give you that minute of video. How can you, if it's missing every night, how are you going to retrieve video that is missing every night? That is the first question. The second question is, if you knew that and you knew it was missing and you could retrieve it, how come you hadn't already retrieved it? And the second, is that the second or third of all? What happened to the other 2 minutes of videos that are missing? Pam Bimbo?
But himself, he'd throw his children overboard. You're probably right, but you'd like to think if Epstein had the goods on him, then he would probably have the goods on Don Jr., Eric Trump, maybe Ivanka, because they are technically running the business.
Yeah, the person in the equation that I don't think gets enough attention, even though he, as Jen likes to say, is really the brains of the operation, is Jared Kushner and the entire Kushner family and the type of shit that they're involved in. And the fact
you mean the same Jared Kushner who's right now at the table with Vladimir Putin?
Oh, yeah.
You mean the same Jared Kushner that they wanted you to believe that brokered peace between Israel and Palestine, and they had this whole fanfare, all of this fake shit that they presented to you about a peace treaty that was not signed by neither Netanyahu or anyone, any Hamas leader. That Jared Kushner, the same Jared Kushner that after 45-47 first administration got $2 billion for his hedge fund operation, a business that he has never operated, that even the person who was over Saudi Arabia's purse string said, no, he's never done this job. We shouldn't give him this much money. And who overrode this no from the purses of Saudi Arabia? The crown prince. What is his name? MGD or whatever his name is, overrode it and gave Jared Kushner $2 billion. That Jared Kushner? Oh, okay. And who is sitting down with Russia, who just last week we found out that they were telling Russia what they need to do to butter dumb 45-47 up so he can once again have our troops kneel down on their hands and knees and roll out to the red carpet to whatever Putin wanted to agree to stop the invasion of Ukraine. That Jared Kushner who's over there allegedly brokering peace. I thought that it was 45-47's job. Y'all don't pay attention to nothing. Okay, this link is in my description box. Let me go a little bit further.
Yeah.
See what else.
Master negotiator. But the thing that's always interesting about the whole Ivanka / Kushner saga is the fact that they had broken up, and it was because Kushner didn't like the fact that she wasn't ready to convert to Judaism, and then all of a sudden they magically get back together again, and then the next thing you know, Kushner basically is the person that is effectively running the Trump operation behind the scenes, and that includes all things related to finances. But as I always like to point out, just remember the Kushners go back many a generation, and Jared Kushner's father is a federal criminal. Federal criminal. And so
Jared Kushner's father is a federal criminal, but also isn't he also under a 45-47 the ambassador to France? Isn't this a criminal? Now the ambassador to France, living on the United States citizen dime over in Paris. Y'all don't want to talk about this, but y'all want to talk about clawing back $38 in food stamps that have not gotten a raise since 1975. Y'all want to talk about that. Y'all want to talk about this. All right. The link is in my description box. I had so much more that I had planned on sharing with you, but it seems like I have run out of time, unfortunately. So much news, so little time. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I am not missing something that I really, really wanted to play for you on today. If not, I'm going to have to play it for you on tomorrow. I'm going through yes, there's one more last thing I want to share with you. While we are talking about 45-47 and all of these war crimes. Hey, Z Sarah, it is good to see you. While we are talking about 45-47 and these war crimes, we would be remiss if we didn't mention that 45-47 said that Senate members and former intelligence agents should be hung or something because they made a public service announcement address to a public service announcement addressed to people who are in the military right now, that the military uh, uh, tells them to not take unlawful orders. I have two things I want to share with you. Okay. I definitely have two things I want to share with you. The reason why, it's unfortunate that Black people who have large audiences sit up and try to talk about politics, and they are carrying the lie of 45, 47, and yelling and screaming out lies that 45, 47 is telling you, trying to get a Black audience to agree with something that is a full-blown lie. I am so sick of Stephen A. Smith. I could vomit. But let's listen to Mark Kelly address. Mark Kelly calls out bullying by President 4547. Let's get into it in his own words. You are going to hear exactly what he says. Okay.
And thank you for taking the time. Let me get started. So, throughout his entire career in business, reality TV, and politics, Donald Trump has had one and only one play: bullying his opponents into silence. He did it as a failed casino owner who bankrupted his properties and screwed over his contractors. He did it as a reality TV host known for firing people. And he's done it as president who tries every day to intimidate people with no regards for the rights or well-being of the American people. I'll say this for the guy: while he's never seemed to do much else right, for most of Donald Trump's career, bullying people has worked out for him. But not now. Because I won't let it happen. The American people won't let it happen. President Trump is trying to silence me, threatening to kill me for saying what is true. And he sent his Secretary of Defense after me. And it's not going to work. Here's how we got here. A week and a half ago, Senator Slotkin and I, along with others who also served in the military and the intelligence communities, we released a video with a simple message to service members that they must refuse illegal orders. Nothing was controversial about that. Everyone must follow the law. No one may break the law. This is pretty basic stuff. Seeing that video, here's how any other president would have responded. They would have said two words: of course. But that's not how this president responded. We become so accustomed to Donald Trump's behavior that it is worth emphasizing. The President of the United States said that 2 U.S. senators and 4 members of the House of Representatives should be arrested, hanged, executed for something we said, for something that is true. My family knows the cost of political violence. My wife, Gabby, was shot in the head and nearly died while speaking with her constituents. The president should understand this too. He has been the target of political violence himself. The Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, Melissa Hortman, and her husband were murdered in their home this year. The governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, had his house firebombed this year. Then Charlie Kirk was assassinated at Utah Valley University, a place I visited just a few weeks ago with Republican Senator John Curtis. Faced with a wave like this, every other president we have ever had in the history of this nation would have tried to heal the country. But we all know Donald Trump. He uses every single opportunity to divide us. And that's dangerous. The president's words carry tremendous weight. People listen to him. And he knows that. And that's exactly why he does what he does. He makes these threats to silence people. And if that doesn't work, he abuses his power to intimidate people. And with the consent of Republicans in the United States Senate, he has surrounded himself with people like the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who will do whatever he says with no.
I would like to add to that. It is my opinion that he is inciting people to commit violence. That is my personal opinion. When the president comes out there and says these things, it is absolutely putting a target on these people's back who did absolutely nothing wrong to try to get their crazy sycophants and fans to go out there and hurt these men and women.
No question, no matter what. Trump and Hegseth, they care more about publicity than they do about the rule of law. That's how I ended up finding out via a tweet that the Secretary of Defense was ordering an investigation into me. The same Secretary of Defense who has, from the moment he was nominated, has been historically unqualified for this position. The same Secretary of Defense who is reported to have ordered a second strike to kill shipwreck survivors in the Caribbean. If there is anyone who needs to answer questions in public and under oath, it is Pete Hegseth. It's a dangerous moment for the United States of America when the president and his loyalists use every lever of power to silence United States senators for speaking up. But we all know that this isn't about me, and it's not about the others in that video. They're trying to send a message to retired service members, to government employees, to members of the military, to elected officials, and to all Americans who are thinking about speaking up. You better keep your mouth shut or else. This has been a singular focus of President Trump's second term. Not addressing costs, not creating jobs, intimidating people, and going after the people he views as his political opponents. He's done it to companies. You better write a check to build my ballroom, or I might not approve your merger. He's done it with universities. You better fire your president, or I'll pull your research funding. He's even done it to late night hosts. You better not make jokes that I do not like, or I'll get you taken off the air, and I'm going to take your company's broadcast licenses. And he does it every week with Republicans in the House and the Senate. You better toe the party line, or I'll make sure you never get reelected. Folks, this comes at a cost. And not only to American companies, colleges, and comedians. It damages every American's freedom of speech and the balance of powers that form the foundation of our democracy. Because when Republicans in Congress are too afraid to disagree with this president, it means that his bad ideas go unchallenged. He has slapped reckless tariffs on countries across the globe, skyrocketing the cost of everything from groceries to school supplies. Republicans historically, well, at least a year ago, they hated tariffs. But when it comes to voting to undo them, they are too afraid of Donald Trump. So Americans pay more for just about everything because of spineless politicians. It's the same with healthcare costs. There are Republicans in the House and the Senate who really want to do something to prevent these healthcare premiums from spiking for millions of Americans. The solutions are simple, but President Trump says he doesn't want to, so nothing happens. Nothing.
Okay, this link is in my description box. This is link number 20 in my description box. Let me address some ignorance. Remember, Americans rich pay 41% of the federal taxes and employ millions. And remember, these same billionaires are telling you that they are going to give AI all of your jobs. I remember that. Okay, so you want to talk about the 41% of their that they pay in federal taxes. What about the loopholes? What about the federal loopholes that they have to not pay that 41%? You want to talk to me about billionaires paying 41% and think that we're going to ignore the loopholes? No, we're not going to ignore the tax loopholes. Since you brought it up, I am really so glad you brought that up. Let's dig into since you want to talk about something else. We deal with facts over here on this channel. No one told you that. Did not anyone tell you that over here on this channel we deal with absolute facts? During the Eisenhower administration, the top marginal income tax rate was indeed over 90%, peaking at 91% for individuals earning over $200,000. There were no such thing as all of these billionaires in the Eisenhower and the Roosevelt presidency. Roosevelt, who why he could have given rich people more tax break, he decided to build a social safety net. Now, Eisenhower, the top marginal income tax rate was 90%, going up to 91% for any amount over $200,000. $200,000. Those were the billionaires of their day. And was Eisenhower a weepy Democrat? No, Eisenhower was a Republican. Let's be clear about that. However, very few people actually paid this rate due to various deductions and tax loopholes. So you're telling me the effective tax rate for the top earners was significantly lower, average around 42% during the 1990s. And we're talking about people who were making $200,000. Now you're telling me here in 2025, you expect a big from me about people slated to pay 42% when the people in Eisenhower decade was paying 42% after they got all of their loopholes and their deductions done. So with billionaires, if you want to say that billionaires are paying 42%, what are they paying after they do all of their deductions and loopholes? Because people who were making $200,000 had a 91% tax bracket, and they actually paid 42% on monies that they had over $200,000. So you think that I'm supposed to be impressed by this ignorance that you wrote in the chat when we know that there are some billionaires, what did 45, 47 paid, what was it, 800 and something dollars for his income tax that he redid in his first administration? Who do you think you're talking to? Exactly, who do you think you're talking to? You must think you're talking to yourself. You must think you're talking to a dummy. We're supposed to be impressed by billionaires having a tax bracket of 41% before their deductions and tax loopholes. When this is what millionaires were actually paying under Eisenhower, actually paying. When their tax bracket, when their tax burden was 90 to 91% of any monies over $200,000. See, this whatever it is you're using to communicate to me, be it a phone, be it a laptop, be it a tablet, this is also a computer. This is also where you can get factual information. Remember that the next time you write some dumb shit in my chat, okay? Is there? I think I want to go back. I think under Franklin D. Roosevelt, what was the tax bracket under Franklin D. Roosevelt. Under Franklin D. Roosevelt, the Revenue Act of 1935 introduced a wealth tax that could take up to 75%. Oh, God. That could take up to 75% of the highest income, particularly those over 1 million per year. This act was part of the broader effort to raise taxes to generate revenue for the New Deal programs, and is widely criticized for being regressive, as it disproportionately affected the poor and wealthy. And now the wealthy are telling you that they are going to use AI to take all of your jobs. And now you want to tell me the poor, wealthy billionaires are slated to have a 41% tax bracket, not including all of their loopholes and deductions that they have, and why all of the New Deal programs are going broke, and we are to believe it's because of waste, fraud, and abuse. We are to believe it's because of waste, fraud, and abuse, and the billionaires ain't got shit for you. The billionaires don't have shit for you because they don't care about you and how you're going to live. So when all of these jobs take over, some of you dumb motherfuckers think that there is going to be a universal pay that they're going to give to you. They ain't going to give you shit. They don't want to pay you to work. Why do you think they're going to pay you to not have a job? If they wanted to pay you to not have a job, they wouldn't be looking for all. They would be looking to contribute to the tax burden instead of hiding their money. They don't have to hide it because we have so many elected officials who are 45, 47, and those idiots in the Senate and the Congress, Republican idiots in the Congress and the Senate, has given the rich people the largest tax cut in the history of the whole United States of America. And you think I give a fuck about you writing in my chat about rich people having to pay a 41% tax burden, bitch? Wrong channel. All right. What exactly did Kelly say? This is link 22 in my description box. Let's see what all this brouhaha and all of this they should die that 45, 47 is talking about. What caused all of this talk about these Democrats these senators should actually die about? Let's review the the facts, the things that I deal in on this channel. Let's review the facts.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
This is what all the brouhaha is about. So let me move forward to some disingenuous a sheep in wolf in sheep clothing, pretending that he is have no partisan politic, a motherfucking a sports broadcaster out here talking politics and always lying and have a broad audience, and he is sitting up telling you these lies, and he's so angry about what Mark Kelly said in that public service announcement, which is actual facts via the oath that they take to be in the military. Let's get into
I want to give a trigger warning before I jump into this next and final little story I want to talk about. I'll be listening and playing because, you know, my misery enjoys company. Stephen A. Smith is not happy.
Respectfully, Senator, what the hell are you doing? Looking into the camera and telling military men and women to ignore the commander-in-chief. How dare you?
He didn't. That's how he did. How dare you sit up here and lie about what this man said? This man who has served the military himself. This man who is serving in the Senate. This man who has served this country as a NASA astronaut. How dare you sit on your worthless ass and sit up here and lie about what he said? He never said to defy the commander-in-chief. If you feel him saying that defying illegal orders means automatically that he is telling them to defy the president, you're saying that you automatically think that the president is giving him illegal orders. So hold a mirror up to your big schnoz and your fading hairline and get mad at what you see in the mirror, trying to simp for that motherfucker, you dumb bitch.
How dare you do that? That's right, I'm calling out. I never served in the military. That's true. I have family members who did. Some of my best friends have. Marine.
But you got your mouth open talking about someone who did and lying on someone who did to your broad audience. As broad as that fucking hairline that is going that is supposed to go across your forehead, but is actually going from ear to ear. You're lying that broadly.
Air Force, Navy, Army.
And what?
I haven't heard one of them, not one of them, say that was okay. How dare you do that? Is it treason? No. Is it punishable by death? It shouldn't be.
Is it treason? No. Should it be punishable by death? It shouldn't be. When you say it shouldn't be, that means it could be, but it shouldn't be. Is it punishable by death? No, it isn't. The reason why you haven't heard anyone in your family say anything about it because it was never said. That's why. And they should put a boot up your ass for coming out here. A broke down, busted ass basketball player who couldn't make the cut, running your motherfucking mouth. Stay in your motherfucking lane.
The answer is no, but you know better, Senator Kelly. You know better. How dare you do that? What?
Yes, he does know better. That's why he did not do that. Yeah, he does know better. You stupid motherfucker.
What are you supposed to do? You're a ranking senator. You could go to the Senate. You could go to the House. You can put up drawer of paperwork. You can try to start.
Isn't it amazing how he can always tell senators and congresspeople what they could do and how unaffected they are being a job that he's never done. He couldn't even do the job of the basketball player that he wanted to go pro in. So he's sitting up here running his mouth off about basketball. Well, at least you have played basketball. What office, elected office, has he ever worked in? What policies or that he has ever written to govern anybody? Where? You can pull that bullshit off talking about sports players. But I don't recall Stephen A. Smith being elected by anybody in enacting any legislation for anyone. He can't even let me
articles of impeachment if you think there's something illegal. I mean, damn, it ain't like y'all haven't done it before. You impeached the man twice. Where'd that get you? Got his behind back in the White House. Had you left him alone since 2020, maybe he wouldn't be back.
Screaming A. Smith is an idiot. I mean, I think we already knew that.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you do that?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. So he went on this tirade for a few minutes. I'm going to play one more part, so he's going to come in yelling again. Just warn you guys.
And here you are again with this nonsense. How dare you do that? I'm not a military person, and I know better than that. You don't tell military men and women to ignore an order from the commander-in-chief. You don't do that.
He didn't do that. He told them to ignore any illegal orders. Any illegal orders. No one's told him to ignore the order from the commander-in-chief. This is such a disingenuous bullshit. And he is all mad and angry about it with his Botox forehead. You're all upset about it, looking like Alf with Botox. Are you kidding me?
Is it going to amount to what Trump tried to embellish and indicate? No. But that don't make you right. How dare you do that? He's the commander-in-chief for the United States.
How dare you do that? How dare you do that? Why you do that? How dare you do that? Why you do that? You don't do that. Sounding like a petulant toddler.
States military, period. You have no business doing that. None. And by the way, the biggest reason is because what was illegal? You didn't tell us what it was. What laws? Why did I bring up A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise and Kiefer Sutherland in that sequence and Kevin Bacon? Why did I bring it up? Because
he didn't have to tell you what was illegal. Just like he didn't have to tell the military what was illegal. Was he supposed to give you a laundry list of illegal orders that could have been given to the military? No, you don't obey any illegal laws. Isn't that comprehensive enough for you? Isn't that large enough? The word any encompasses all illegal orders, you dumb fuck. How come you didn't tell us what it was? You didn't be specific. All illegal orders. That's very specific.
The mere thought of you even implying that a military officer is engaging in some type of salacious or illegal activity is trouble in the military, not the court of laws for civilians.
Oh, really? Well, if that is true, why is Keg Breath saying that he didn't see the second strike, the illegal strike? If that is true, while you're sitting up here yelling and screaming, why is Keg Breath throwing a general under the bus after saying he saw everything and he was within his rights to do it? But this is who did it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Don't believe your lying ears of me saying that I sat there and I watched the strike. What a fucking fool.
The military.
What is Stephen A. Smith's relationship with friends and family that have been in the military that apparently, in his conclusions, have no problem with this? What the hell does that have to do with the law? What does that have to do with violating orders? I mean, violating the law and following illegal orders. What does that have to do with any of this? Why should anybody care what Stephen A. Smith's friends and family that he claims have no issue with what it is that Trump's illegal orders have been given? Why should anybody care about that? You're just Stephen A. Smith, bro. Like this weird, like inflated sense of how everything he thinks is supposed to be what everyone takes as reality. You don't tell military men and women to ignore their commander. We already know, we know the lie, bro. Like he's a little bit late on that. We already know that they've been lying and saying that they told them to ignore lawful orders when it's obvious they've been told to ignore unlawful orders. As a matter of fact, to clear this up even better, to get even further past what these 6 lawmakers said that you shouldn't do, one of those 6 lawmakers, again, in Mark Kelly, points out it's not only what they say you shouldn't do, it's what the law actually says they're not even allowed to do.
Washington Post reporting that Secretary Hegseth gave an order to kill everybody on one of those suspected drug boats during the first strike in September. Are you calling for U.S. service members to actively disobey orders like those?
Well, if orders are illegal, not only do they not have to follow them, they are legally required not to follow them.
Do you think that constitutes an illegal
I think
order?
there needs to be an investigation, and I hope that the reporting is not accurate. I care so much about the United States Navy and those service members. This was an operation involving the most professional members of the military, U.S. Navy SEALs, who I revere. I hope and pray that this is not true. But there needs to be an investigation by the Inspector General. Pete Hegseth fired many of the inspectors general in DOD. But who's ever left needs to investigate it. We're going to investigate it. I sit on the Armed Services Committee. We're going to have an investigation. We're going to have a public hearing. We're going to put these folks under oath, and we're going to find out what happened. And then there needs to be accountability.
If orders are illegal, they don't only not have to not follow those orders, they are required legally to not follow those orders. Hey, Stephen A. Smith has some friends and family that had no issue with this. Hey, there's another military guy who has an issue with this. Which one should we believe? Just because you have someone that says one thing, and even if Mark Kelly just says something, not necessarily believe him either just because he was in the military, but there's this whole thing where there's evidence and reality and the law that backs up one argument or another. We've decided to eliminate ourselves from evidence and reality-based arguments and just say Stephen A. Smith was screaming loud enough, so apparently Screaming A. Smith is right because he's so mad and he said 17 times, "How dare you? How dare you, Senator, with all due respect, as I continue to kiss Donald Trump's ass." I promise. I promise. This is the last one.
Senator Mark Kelly knows that. Trump is giving illegal orders. What are the illegal orders? How come you didn't tell us? Where's the evidence?
What evidence? He never said that. Why should he give you evidence of something he never said? Where's the evidence? Did he ever say that? He never said that. So what evidence are you expecting? And if Mark Kelly is going before a military tribunal, who will he be sitting next to? Hopefully, Keg Breath. Don't get too cocky. Do not get too cocky.
Where's the evidence? Why do you think the investigation is going on? Why do you think Trump is all over Pete Hegseth, over the Department of War and the FBI?
He's not over all over Pete Hegseth. He's not over all. He said, "I trust Pete Hegseth," and he said it didn't happen. How is that all over being all over Hegseth? So you just lying just to lie. You're creating lies to cover up for the lie that you just told. All of this is some bullshit. I didn't know about a second strike. I was listening to Pete. Pete said that there was never a second strike. I was getting my information from Pete. How is that being all over Hegseth? Let me tell you something. People need to understand to stop putting money in the pockets of these charlatans. Stop putting money and support behind somebody who has no good intentions for you as a people, who is only trying to cuddle up to money, who only cares about money and staying in the good gracious of people who can garner them as a independent individual money. This man means you no good, and it is just so disgusting that he sat up there with all of this bullshit and all of these lies. I can't wait until he comes back and do the official unapology like he did with Jasmine Crockett.
Cash Patel and folks are looking into and probing. Tell us. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Why do you think the investigation is going on? Why do you think Trump is all over Pete Hegseth, over the Department of War and the FBI with Cash Patel and folks are looking into and probing?
People like the FBI and Cockeyed Patel is looking into this. When did you hear that Cockeyed Patel was ever looking into this? The same Cockeyed Patel who came to you and said that they had caught the person in the Charlie Kirk shooting when they absolutely had not. That same Cockeyed Patel. And then when the alleged shooter turned himself in, Cockeyed Patel took credit for it to the point that there has been a write-up by FBI agents saying that they are sick of him being a fucking numbnuts and taking credit for something the FBI had no hand in, such as the alleged shooter turning himself into police, his own FBI agents. Are you telling us that Cockeye Patel is looking into something when nobody has ever announced that? Oh, so we're supposed to take it from your stupid ass that Cockeye Patel is doing something productive into looking into what? What is Cockeye Patel looking into? What's going left and what's going right at the same time? Is that what Cockeye Patel is looking into? Where did any of this come from?
Being what's going on and how can they get to Mark Kelly because they know he did something wrong. You crossed the damn line. You are an elected official of the nation's capital. We have a constitution. You got a problem?
Yeah, we have a constitution, and that's exactly what he told them to do. To follow, you are here to uphold the constitution and to not take illegal orders. Just a dummy, a whole fucking kiss-ass dummy.
You go through the necessary process, whether it's Akeem Jeffries in the House, whether it's Schumer in the Senate, or anybody else. That is the point that's the process you're supposed to go to. You don't go in front of the cameras and give military officers.
You don't go in front of the cameras and give a sitting senator orders of what he is supposed to do, because you have no idea what he is supposed to do. So because he's a sitting senator, he does not have freedom of speech. And if he uses his freedom of speech, you are supposed to chastise him and tell him what he's supposed to do. How does that work? How does that work? But you're mad. You're mad and dumb and proving yourself to be a fucking ignorant ass motherfucker.
Of military personnel, a directive to ignore their commander in chief, and you've given.
I challenge anyone to play this back and see him try to say that. What he said, Mark Kelly said, it means the same thing. It's the same thing. When Mark Kelly and none of the people in that public service announcement never said anything that he's bloviating and all upset and mad about. Nobody gives a fuck, Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith, you have proven to be such a joke, such a lick ass under 45-47. No one wants to hear anything about you. Nobody takes you seriously. For you to sit down and act as if you're pondering if you're going to put your hat in the race for the presidency. And you don't even know how Congress works. You don't even know how the Senate works. Motherfucker, they will laugh your ass off the stage. You better throw your hat in some super glue and stick some wig hairs on it so it appears like you have a motherfucking hairline. That's the only place you need to be throwing your hat in. Stupid bitch.
No evidence what his illegal orders were. And if you try to sit up there and say, oh, it was just alluding to a future reference to future situations, oh, so he's going to give you an illegal order in the future.
I'm not sure the date of that Yell Fest, but if it was before, as he mentioned how Trump's all over Hegseth, so maybe it wasn't before, which makes it even worse. If it was before, yes, they're talking about future illegal orders on top of the already illegal orders because we've already been blowing up people's ships in the middle of Caribbean.
And we've already seen Hegseth Senate confirmation when he refused to answer the question if he would take an illegal order from 45-47. And he tried to pretend like he could never believe that there would ever be a situation where 45-47 will give an illegal order. And Elizabeth Schlucken pointed out that Pete Hegseth's predecessor had been given an illegal order in 45-47 first term, which was to shoot protesters in the leg. And his predecessor refused to take that order and wrote about it in the book. And then Pete Hegseth still wouldn't answer if he would have taken that illegal order. What did Pete Hegseth say to his predecessor, telling the world that he was told to shoot citizens in the leg? I wouldn't believe what you read in books, except the Bible. That's what Hegseth said. All right, this link is in my. Let me see how this.
Being already, we know those are illegal orders. But Stephen A. Smith is nice and cuddly and snuggled up under Donald Trump's nutsack, so he's very happy to be there. It's all warm and cuddly for him. He enjoys it, so he has to find a way to scream it on and on about this, to try and avoid this guy having any kind of consequence for what is it they're doing. Do you guys remember Stephen A. Smith was on the wrong side when it came to Epstein files? He says, "Who cares about it? I don't care about it. It doesn't affect me."
You're in an uproar off the Epstein list. That's all you've got? It's really, really surprising that this matters. Of course, I think there's a list, but I don't know. I suspect, but I have no knowledge, nor do I care. It's Friday night. I'm getting ready to go out and enjoy myself. I'm getting ready to have a nice weekend. I can give a damn about the Epstein client list. This has no effect on me whatsoever. I have a life. I don't understand for the life of me why this matters so much to these. I'm talking about people losing. They're crying on camera. They're talking about resignations. They're pissed off about everything. I'm like, really? I didn't blame Trump one bit.
And look whose show he always appears upon. Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo, if I were you, coming from your past experience and the experiences of your brother always being inappropriate with women, I would never be caught laughing about the Epstein list, of the list of underage girls who were SA'd by old rich men. And look who he decides to go on the show and is sitting up there smirking. That's why you're trash, Chris Cuomo. That's why your brother lost the election and lost the Democratic primary, and then had to run as an independent and stuff his nose up 45s, 47 as to still come out to be a loser. That you're disgusting, Chris Cuomo. You're just disgusting. You're a disgusting woman abuser. As if everything reported about you is true. That's why you're out of the job, Chris Cuomo. Nobody wants to pay attention to you. Nobody but the ilks of Bill O'Reilly and Stephen A. Smith will entertain you. Another abuser of women, Bill O'Reilly, who Fox News had to pay so much money, so many millions of dollars from that nasty old pervert abusing women on his job. Perverts, birds of a feather flock together. Stephen A. Smith, it's awful odd that you find the comfort in the laps of these dirty, old, abusive to women men. Stephen A. Smith, you better be careful because water seeks its own level. And bitch, you better hope nobody puts a pin in your motherfucking wrath. Is this going to come out about Stephen A. Smith since he's so unbothered by it? Since it means absolutely nothing to him? A black man who has a daughter, this means nothing to him? Okay, let's continue. I'm done. I gotta go walk my dogs. It's been nice visiting with you. The truth runs the morons off. I gotta go. Molly, I just tried to tell the truth. I'll let this play out. My dogs are looking at me. I got my shoes on now.
Looking at them and saying, really? That really matters to you? That's really that important?
Why do I give a damn? This is the kind of approach that he's had. That's who Stephen A. Smith is now. So, okay, I apologize. I hope any of you guys that hung on and listened to Stephen A. Smith understand I'm sorry about that. How about a palate cleanse? Let's listen to Mark Kelly actually talk about Pete Hegseth because I think he breaks down who he is so well here.
If what seems to happen actually happened, I'm really worried about our service members. I was talking about this from the beginning of this operation, that the thing that I am most concerned about is the very difficult situations that this Secretary of Defense is going to put service members into. And it's because this guy is so unqualified for the job. I mean, think about this. He runs around on a stage talking about lethality and warrior ethos and killing people. We have the most competent, capable military this planet has ever seen by far. That's not the message that needs to come from the Secretary of Defense.
Pete Hegseth came in talking about lethality, lethality, lethality. He kept saying it 3 times because he really wanted to drive the point home that he's all about killing people. Again, this all matches up. All this makes sense. All this goes with their normal narrative. This goes with what they said they were going to do. They're going to be killing people, and they're going to say that it's okay because they're fascists and they don't follow the rule of law. They definitely don't follow the Constitution. They listen to Donald Trump. So on top of them being unlawful and criminal and war criminals, on top of it, it's also stupid because, like I said, it's following Donald Trump. Last part here. Here's Mark Kelly. Last little bit that describes exactly who this Pete Hegseth really is.
He runs around on a stage like he's a 12-year-old playing Army. And it is ridiculous. It is embarrassing. And I can't imagine what our allies think of looking at that guy in this job, one of the most important jobs in our country. In my view, after the President of the United States, it is the next most important job. He is in the National Command Authority for Nuclear Weapons. And last night, he's putting out on the internet turtles with rocket-propelled grenades. Have you seen this? This is the Secretary of Defense. This is not a serious person. He should have been fired after Signalgate. And then every single day after that.
So if you listen to the 2 different approaches to military protocol between Mark Kelly and Stephen A. Smith, which one sounds like they know what they're talking about? Which one has the experience to know what they're talking about? And as he described Pete Hegseth there as a 12-year-old playing Army, which is probably one of the best descriptions I've heard. It really encapsulates the whole thing. Stephen A. Smith has decided to go that route and follow behind that guy and then rail on the guy who's a decorated veteran, who's an astronaut, and who's a United States senator, because Stephen A. needs some extra attention. And Stephen A. Smith apparently doesn't care how he gets it. He doesn't care that he looks like he's protecting pedophiles. It doesn't matter to Stephen A. Smith. It doesn't matter that he's protecting a war criminal. It doesn't matter to him. Stephen A. Smith had some yelling to do.
Breaking news, family. The global stage is shaking after
Speaking of Stephen A. Smith and the pedophile situation, I really would be remiss. This is going to be dropped in your description box as well. I would be remiss if I did not play for you the one and only bloodthirsty Megyn Kelly saying that she hoped that they show them. She doesn't care if they were innocent. She hoped that they would lose arms and legs, and we see these people on these boats suffer. She doesn't care if they survive the first strike. The same Megyn Kelly who had what to say about Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, I know someone close to Jeffrey Epstein, and he really wasn't a pedophile. He actually liked the younger teens, and the ones who could pass for younger looking girls. A younger teen is 13 and 14, exactly what they have accused him of being. And he just like the younger teens who look like they could pass for younger girls, which means 12, 11, 13-year-olds. This came out of Megyn Kelly's mouth. If you don't believe it, Google what she had to say about young teen girls that Jeffrey Epstein liked. I've already played it on my videos a week or 2 ago. So Megyn Kelly, who says this about Epstein, has this to say about the people who may have received a double tap in this alleged war on terror. Listen at what this dummy said. This link will be the last one in the description box.
Like the most cowardly, fearful. These are the worst people in the country. Like the most cowardly, fearful, but also violent and bloodthirsty people in the country. What's the good qualities about these folks? It attracts the kind of people that celebrate the things that they're doing and request more of it.
I'm really not that into it, nor do I really care that we're killing the drug boat guys trying to kill my kids and yours right now by bringing their fentanyl to the United States to try to get our kids when they go to college with, you know, some drug in some moment of weakness where they think they're taking a Xanax, like what happened to poor Eric Bolling's child, and instead...
Like what happened to poor Eric Bowling child. Someone forced poor Eric Bowling, you know, the Republican Christian darling. Somebody did that to him. He thought that he was just taking a Xanax. Isn't a Xanax an illegal drug, Megan Kelly? Megan Kelly, do you have the sympathy of a black child who is trying? Oh no, you would not have. Poor Eric Bowling's child, they got him. He was just taking a Xanax. He's so innocent. That's what happened. Those are the chances you take when you take illegal drugs. So don't bring up a motherfucking illegal drug user as if he some innocent angel, you stupid bitch.
It's laced with fentanyl. So with, you know, some drug in some moment of weakness where they think they're taking a Xanax, like what happened to poor Eric Bolling's child, and instead it's laced with fentanyl. So I really do kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water, but I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. Like, I'm really having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys who 10 seconds earlier almost got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get ejected, you know, a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water. I realize legally it may make a difference, but truly, Mark, this is a tough case to really gin up the sympathies of the American people.
Yeah, like I said, I share the premise that you just raised, because I think it's important that we do something to keep our porous border from being flooded with drugs that are killing our people. So if this is in service of that, I think it's something that should be considered.
And Hegseth says they did have sign off from lawyers at the top of the DOJ and the military system on these strikes, though his memo is a little ambiguous on, like, what about the question of the two swimming in the water. In any event, I'm not going to lie, I'm glad they're dead.
Well, there that is. You know, if anybody else had said that...
I'm not going to lie, I'm glad they're dead. And poor Eric Boland's son, he was probably going through something. Didn't they have prayer to remedy that? The right nationalists, Christian nationalists, they didn't have a prayer group or a Bible study for poor Eric Boland's child who was probably going through something. So if we are going to say that poor Eric Bolling's son was probably going through something, can we not say that for anybody who is out here using illicit drugs? Couldn't we say that about anybody who is so weak that they think that they need drugs to go through their daily lives? Can't we say that about everybody stupid? All right. That is the last link in my description box. Please go over there, and if you want to watch more of the links that I'm pretty sure that dummy. Some dummy said we're watching AI videos. I'm pretty sure you people who sit up and watch Nick Fuentes and Fox News and Aeon, what is it? Aeon and all of these right-wing broadcasters who never give you this information. You think that these are AI videos. And don't forget, this Saturday here on my channel, we are going to have our fourth annual Secret Santa giveaway, where subscribers give away where content creators give away a gift to the subscribers. Meet me here for the fourth annual Secret Santa. Whoever shows up as a content creator, they hit the link, and in the in the tradition of the Secret Santa and Christmas, whoever hits the link as a content creator, we then exchange gifts via Cash App. We choose names and we give a gift to whoever names we pulled between $30 and $50. That is the limits. Those are the limits, $30 and $50. We exchange names, we Cash App them our gifts, and that is the Secret Santa portion of Secret Santa Give Back to Subscribers. The Give Back to Subscribers portion is once we get our gifts, we do not keep our gift. We must then look in the chat and see who is in the chat that is putting their Cash App in. And we choose whomever we want to, and we Cash App them our gift. We don't get anything out of it. This is money that is coming out of our own personal pockets. There is no pot. There is no gift to the content creators. This is us coming out of the pocket to understand and thank you for supporting us all year long. If there's no one who shows up for the Secret Santa, I will be here. I will be here giving back to the subscribers. And if you would like to support this channel, you're always welcome to $ Ronnie Q. And it's a thing. It's a tradition here. Ronnie Q doesn't like to beg from the subscribers and tell you all of my daily needs. I always make sure I give back to my supporters. And I appreciate you guys being here. Please hit the like button on your way out. And I appreciate your support. All right. Hope you have a great remainder of your night. And I gotta go. Bye-bye.